Hello everyone, you're on the Manhwa Vibes channel. Are you ready? Let's go.
Oh no, that can't be right. There were 2 lines on the pregnancy test. You know, for some people, those 2 stripes may well be incredible news, but for others, it's terrible news. This test absolutely could not have been positive. I was definitely sure it would be negative. I think I need to take another test. Let's move back a month. My friend decided to announce that they started dating as of today. What? Really? I see. Congratulations. Manhwa, Minwook, and I have been friends since high school. More specifically, Minwook and I have been friends since we were kids. Manhwa became friends with us later. It's been a long time and it's hard to remember who became friends with whom first. To be honest, I thought we'd only be friends. And I didn't realize at all what had really happened. It was as if I had frozen and sunk deep into my own thoughts. And you know what? I'll tell you a secret. In order to preserve our friendship, I kept my feelings for Minwook secret from everyone. If I had known it would happen like this, I certainly wouldn't have missed the time I spent with Minwook. Moreover, at the very least, I could have confessed my feelings to him. You have no idea what goes on inside me when I see them together. I feel a little cheated. Sometimes I feel like crying into my pillow. Of course, I knew that my unrequited love wouldn't have a happy ending, and I didn't want to have a one-night stand for the sake of it. That would have been stupid of me. At some point, Manhwa started telling me some things too frankly. For example, that Minwook's technique was flawless. I didn't understand then. What was the technique? She meant that he was good in bed, and if she had known that before, she would have slept with him long ago. Then she even more frankly decided to tell me in great detail. Honestly, I hated to hear it. She kept telling me, not noticing that I wasn't really interested. You could see on her face how much she enjoyed remembering their intimate moments. I couldn't stand it and decided to interrupt this monologue. Judging from your story, you're having a good time, aren't you? Well, yes, it was incredible. At this point, my heart was literally ripped to shreds. She said that she was just waiting for me to sleep with someone else, and that I was kind of determined to stay a virgin. You know, you can't say that to my face so shamelessly. She has no idea how much her words hurt me. And anyway, what kind of technique is that? Was he really that good? Or maybe she just doesn't have anyone to compare it to. Technique. How much is enough? Oh, what's that? It's the business card to the upscale bar Manhwa gave me. Interesting, Very interesting even. Who says I can't try that? But I'll put it aside for now. It's decided. I'm going to have a blast tonight. As much as it sounds like I'm going to lose my innocence tonight. Think about it, I've been saving it for 27 years. At the time, I didn't think it was such a fatal mistake for me. And now, you know where the 2 lines on the pregnancy test came from. That's just awful. Tell me, what am I supposed to do about it now? Hee-won, what are you doing here? Oh, you scared me. Do you know you have to knock before you come in? What are you doing here? I was embarrassed and a little confused at that moment. I'm not doing anything special. Just exercising. I decided that I needed to develop my stamina. Oh yeah? Well, then keep doing it. Yeah, okay. Haha, you thought I'd just walk out of here like that? You look suspicious, and I'm sure you're hiding something from me. What's this? Seriously? A pregnancy test? 2 lines. Manhwa, you know, something actually happened. Don't tell me you have a boyfriend that you've been hiding from me all along. So tell me, who's the father? Is this man good? You see, the situation here is that I don't know who the father is. What a bummer. Oh, congratulations. How do you not know who the father is? Are you out of your mind? Or are you just kidding around? Explain it so that I understand. Anyway, I went to that bar you've been telling me about lately, and that night it all happened. Are you serious? Don't tell me you had a one-night stand. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Why did you go there? I didn't think you'd actually go there. You know, I guess it's my fault too. I shouldn't have told you about that bar. Okay, you and I are going to the hospital today. I'll pick you up in my car. Okay, all right, I hear you. Thank you. They arrived at one of the private hospitals. Is this the clinic? Manhwa, tell me, why are you dressed like that? Well, I have to create an image of a fashionable city girl, because I need to make sure no one recognizes me. Doesn't it bother you that you're drawing more attention to yourself in this way? Take it all off, quick. I thought of everything beforehand and brought you to an elite clinic. No one will recognize you here. Yes, I'm grateful to you for that, but, what? And then, Minwook came up to us. Oh, hello, you finally made it. Tell me, please, why did Minwook come here? I thought now 3 heads are better than 2. The 3 of us will solve your problem. You should have asked me that first. I was incredibly embarrassed. I didn't want Minwook to know that I was going to be a single mother. Tell me, you really don't know anything about the baby's father. You know you have to find him, right? What are you going to do alone? As I recall, he said his main job was to do some kind of control. Controlling? What is he, a security guard? I don't know. I don't think he's a security guard. He just said that his main job was to keep control. He's also good-looking and his voice is beautiful. What? Please, no details and more information to help us. I don't remember anything else. We essentially didn't say anything about ourselves, especially since it was my first time. Do you even understand the seriousness of the situation? I know, it was a crazy day. Wait, isn't that the uniform the kids wear at your school? What? Where? You said I wouldn't meet anyone here. She looks familiar to me. She must be Si-hun Kaum. And who is Si-hun Kaum? I'm her homeroom teacher. Excuse me, could you please? She turns and looks at the man who addressed her. You're a grown man and you shouldn't have done that. She responded that way because she thought he was her boyfriend, even though the girl is only 17 and they came to the gynecologist. And then she froze, looking into his eyes and remembering. His face, his body. It seemed vaguely familiar to her. Mrs. Jung. Oh, what? And that's when I started to have an epiphany. God, that sounds like the right man. Is she crazy? What's she doing? Minwook, stop her. Why is she looking at him like that? Tell us what's going on. Why are you acting like this? It looks like him. He's the one I spent the night with. He is the father of my child. Holy shit. This is the guy. Hey, how funny that we met you here. How dare you seduce our sweet Hee-won and make her. At this point, her mouth was covered. Ah, that voice. It's definitely him. I'm going to be slow with you. Don't be nervous and relax. I shuddered at that moment. Mrs. Jung, meet my uncle. Hey, child. Is this really your uncle? I think he's one of those fake uncles that. And then they covered her mouth again. No, he really is my real uncle. And I'm his niece Si-hun Kang. I guess I didn't really understand what you meant. I don't have to show my ID to prove that he's my uncle, do I? Okay, let's not complicate things and go that far. Let's just take your word for it. Are you Si-hun's homeroom teacher? I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand why you're coming at me like this. But I'd like to introduce myself properly. Before you introduce yourself, I apologize. I didn't want to look at him so much that I even asked Si-hun what she was doing here. It's going to be hard to explain, but I'll try. The thing is, my family is a little special. And what's the big deal about having a sibling? I'm still not used to it. Mrs. Jung, I hope this stays a secret and no one in class finds out about it. Mrs. Jung, what brings you here? Me? Oh, nothing much. A friend of mine got pregnant. What? Your friend got pregnant? Oh, no, not him, her, the one on his right. She got pregnant, and as a loyal and faithful friend, I decided to support her and go to the hospital with her. And then the nurse came to announce that they were ready to see me for an appointment. Hee-won Jung, you may go to the office. We're ready to see you. God, I'm so screwed. Everyone is sitting there waiting for me to come out of the office. Hey, little one, shouldn't you be minding your own business? My name isn't little girl, it's Si-hun Kang. And anyway, I'm waiting for Mrs. Jang, okay? Really? I don't think your teacher would like that. I thought he'd turn out to be some kind of scumbag, but he looks good, in expensive clothes and probably with money. What's more, he met a woman he only slept with once and he didn't get confused at the gynecologist. Not bad. I think he's thinking about something. We should talk to him and find out what he thinks about all this. Something tells me that's probably it. That night was the first time I'd had intimacy without commitment. It was really cool. Seriously, it was unbelievably cool. I woke up a little shaky, but in a good mood. I was in a good mood until I saw the 2 bills she left me. What are they? What's it for? I feel like you know who I am after this. But my first reaction was that I laughed out loud. But then immediately I felt ashamed and angry. She trembled awkwardly in my hands and then left 2 bills. Come on, that's all I was worth. Really? She valued me at $40. Just so you understand, at that moment I couldn't even imagine what the girl was paying me for the night I spent. Later, I wanted to track her down and find out more about her. I spent a great deal of time and effort looking for her. But in the end, she was never there. She never came to that bar again. I could have imagined all sorts of things, except that she would turn out to be Si-hun's teacher. I wonder why she came to the gynecologist. Miss, your due date is 6 weeks. Miss, did you come alone? Your husband is not with you? She didn't know what to say to that. She felt very embarrassed and ashamed. But something had to be said. The doctor once again asked Miss Jung if she came alone or with her husband. Well, that depends. I wish I knew how to answer correctly myself. Should I say he was waiting or something else? And why would she even decide to ask me that? You know we don't do abortions, right? Our clinic does not perform abortions. If you have already decided to have an abortion, you should look for another clinic. Miss, I would like to inform you that you have to make a decision as soon as possible. Do you have any more questions for me? If not, I'll just, doctor, I find you incredibly rude. What? Yes, I know that getting pregnant out of wedlock is not something to be proud of. But at least you're like a gynecologist who has an obligation to help an unborn child. You shouldn't suggest abortion right off the bat. What the hell is that? Miss, now hear me out. Just so you know, Wait, it's a baby inside me. Don't you understand that? Of course, I may not be ready to accept the baby with open arms, but you absolutely don't need to talk about it that way. And now you want to tell me I'm wrong. Probably yes, you're right. I admit that you probably misunderstood me. That's not what I really meant. Jung left the gynecologist's office without listening to the doctor. How could she even say something like that about having an abortion and still talk about it so easily? I really didn't like that doctor. She was rude. Mrs. Jung, have you finished yet? What? Still waiting for me? Why is he still here? Can you please not look at me so seriously? I'm perfectly fine. You are? Yes, of course you are. I told you I could have gone to the doctor's office alone. You didn't have to come in just for some uterine cancer screening. But what can I do? Thank you for worrying about me. Wait, but you didn't come here for a cancer check. Jung slapped Minwook really hard so that he wouldn't set her up right now. So you came here for the test? Of course I did. I came with my friends. They wanted to keep me company. Again, I came for a routine checkup. Frankly, I'm very happy to have such dedicated friends. Hee-won Jung, how good of you to still be here. You forgot your baby picture. Oh, crap. Thanks, nurse, for the setup. A picture of the baby? One of the city's cafes. They are sitting at a table in complete silence. Absolutely no idea what to say to each other. Hee-won Jung decides to take a sip of water. Mrs. Jung, I hope you are feeling better already. I'm sorry, what do you mean? I noticed that you look a little anxious and probably worried about something. You're imagining things. It's all right. Since you're Uncle Si-hun, I quite understand what's troubling you. Moreover, I want to say that there is no excuse for my actions. Miss Hee-won Jung, my name is Doo-jin Kang, not Uncle Si-hun. Well, yes, I'm aware of that. I'm sorry, but is that so important right now? Yes, it is. Seriously? Okay, I get it. I don't understand why he's so arrogant. I feel like he's making fun of me. Is he really the guy I spent the night with? Maybe I'm mistaken. Jung sighed, and Doo-jin Kang took a sip of coffee. Nevertheless, I would like to keep my personal life and work aside. You know, what happens in my personal life in no way affects my work. I do it at the highest level, and I teach my students properly. Understand? A situation like this happened for the first time in my life. I will definitely talk to Si-hun tomorrow. You may think that I am a bad influence on the students, but I want to ask you to keep this situation a secret. I see that you probably have nothing more to say to me, so I'd better go. Yeah, he didn't say a word. I don't understand why he treats me like it's just my fault, and pretends like nothing happened. I'm very tired and I'm not going to wait for his answer. So much has happened today. I just want to get out of here. Miss Hee-won, I only have one question. Tell me, is this my child? Oops, that's a question I didn't expect him to ask. Oh, no, it's not. That's my baby, isn't it? I actually have some questions for you and I'd like to discuss them. Are you sure you're going to leave now? Apparently, my question about the baby sounded mental. Okay, I'll say it again. Am I, after all, the father of this child? I told you no. I don't understand why you still think that. Mr. Do Jum Kang, there is nothing between us. It was just one night. I understand. But that particular night, I didn't use protection, and it was your first time. Oh yes, you're right. Of course I did. I told you, you're not the father of the baby. What's not to understand? The child's father is another man, and what's more, we're getting married soon. Have I answered all your questions? If that's true, that means you have a fiancé and you slept with me after the first meeting, and after all that came to the clinic with your friends to see the gynecologist. Your words don't make any sense. Even if it does, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you trying so hard to deny it? I've already told you a million times that you are not the father of my child. I can't believe it. Everything points to me being the father of the child. I think it's all too sudden. Miss Hee-won, we both need time to think. I suggest we meet tomorrow. Hey, wait, it's a complicated situation. What does he want from me? Hello, Hee-won, come on out, we'll give you a ride home. Are you sure you're okay? Okay then. What did she say? She said she'd visit her mom and then she'd come home. I can't figure out why she suddenly decided to visit mom. Probably just wants to see her. Are you kidding me? You know exactly how she is with her mother. I'll go see her off, she's not going alone. Hey, have you forgotten whose boyfriend you are? Min-wook? Hee-won's not a kid anymore, you know? Min-wook, it's been a week since we last saw each other. You know I'm busy with my startup right now. But you were busy today too. But as soon as I told you about Hee-won, you came running. Didn't you? Myran, I don't understand why you're doing this. You know, this isn't like you at all. No way. It's not. That's great. My boyfriend and best friend are in a seemingly dubious relationship. How could I not have noticed that? And today it was obvious that you were very puzzled by Hee-won and completely oblivious to me. It was as if you didn't notice me. Before we started dating, the three of us were friends. What kind of questionable relationship is that? Not at all. You know, Hee-won has no one to take care of her. And on such an important day for her, of course I'm worried about her. So please stop talking like that. Hee-won Jung came to see her mother. Knocks on the door. Is it just me or do you look really tired? Thanks mom, you look great too. How do you even talk to your mother? Well, I had someone to inherit from. Hee-won sat down on the couch. Mom brought tea and put it on the table. There doesn't seem to be any holiday today. So it's strange that you came to see me today. Maybe you wanted to share something with me. No, I didn't. Oh, well, okay then. The mother continued reading her favorite book. I didn't expect to feel comfortable here, but could I at least ask how I was doing? Hee-won thought. I knew it would be like this. Why did I come here in the first place? They continue to sit in silence. And then, Hee-won decides to ask her mother. Mom, have you heard any news about Dad lately? Mother just looked at Hee-won and didn't hurry up with an answer. I understand that you still resent your father. By the way, I was told that my little sister is already in the 3rd grade of high school. She's just going through puberty right now. Strange, why do you talk about her like you consider her part of your family? What do you think I should call her? Understand, don't talk about this woman's children and yourself as if you are somehow equal and you are one family. Hee-won, I don't like to hear that. You don't like it? You know, if someone were to hear this conversation, they would mistakenly think that I grew up getting a lot of love. But I never heard a word of encouragement from my mother, and I didn't get any motherly warmth at all. I wonder again, why did I come here? Maybe I wanted to ask for advice from her. Since everything is heading towards becoming a single mother, and I don't know what I'm going to do. Anyway, I probably know what she's going to say. She always told me not to come to her through an unwanted pregnancy. I feel like she would definitely tell me to get rid of the baby. I really don't understand why you still resent your father. You two loved each other, didn't you? Hee-won, you came here for a reason. If you have something to say, then say it. Mom, sometimes I feel like if you hated Dad, you hate me too. Mother closed the book loudly. Stop that nonsense. Otherwise, you'd better go home before it gets dark. Why do you have to be delusional all of a sudden? I'd really like to know why. While I was growing up, I was accused of something that wasn't my fault. Were you so unhappy because you had no choice to marry your father or not, because of me? And was it really my mistake? You both fell in love when you got pregnant with me. And now you want to tell me that it's like I ruined your life. Hee-won's mother's awkward silence. One thing I know is that there aren't many people in the world who are willing to accept an unwanted child. Hee-won, in any case, I have done my best to make sure that you don't need anything. Yes, you did. You gave me everything but love. But love is the most important thing. Awkward silence again. Mom, I'm sorry. I really came to see you and said so many things that you ended up upset. I think it's time for me to go. Mom, I didn't hear a word of denial from her. Apparently she does agree. Hee-won, shouted the mother. Hee-won looked as if she were numb. Are you sure you're okay? Tell me, did something happen? Hee-won didn't know how to respond. There was a creak and the door closed. Hee-won Jung decided to leave, moving to the office where Kang works. Vice President Kang, I brought you your dinner. Are you a cyborg or something? I told you you could go home for one day. Why didn't you listen to me? Even though I wasn't feeling well, I couldn't help but bring you dinner since you worked very hard without eating. I came with a super delicious meal. I brought sushi for our overly picky vice president. So you have to take your mind off things and eat. You're a sly one, aren't you? Broke the sushi sticks and handed them to Khan. So, are you finally going to tell me what's going on? At the meeting, I noticed that the almighty Do-jung Kang was having trouble concentrating. I take it that Han-jun did something. It's no surprise to him, though. No. The thing is, I'm going to get married. What? I'm planning a wedding in May. Can you adjust my schedule? I'm booked through June, right? Come on. Don't make jokes with that serious face, okay? I almost believe you. That's a weird joke you're making. Who told you I was joking? Okay, I'll do it. Since our almighty Do-jung instructed it, who am I to interfere with it? No problem. I'll book the house and the wedding hall. There'll be a big yard, you'll raise the baby, tell me. Where did you get the time for that? Did you go on a date and not tell me? No. Then who is she? Let me guess, the second daughter of the head of the Jeil Group? Or the daughter of the head of Hansin Electronics? No. Then who is she? Oh, I guess I know who she is after all. Maybe it's… Is that Maina? The model we just started working with. Maina? Yeah, she's young and bold. She asked me to meet you. Did you really meet her and I didn't know about it? No, I haven't met her yet. Then who is she? There is someone. Good answer. By the way, I want you to schedule a trip to Dahan High School tomorrow. I need this trip to meet the mother of my child. What? Oh, you don't know all the details yet. I haven't said anything about. I'm going to be a father soon. It was like an electric shock to him. That information was a shock. I plan to stop by the high school in the morning. Can you postpone my morning meeting for an occasion like this? Come on, Mr. Vice President. The mother of your child. Seriously? What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Dahan High School? It has to do with the fact that she's a teacher at that school. It was like he was electrocuted again for the second time. Moving on to Dahan High School. Jesus, 2 stripes. I still can't get them out of my head. How did I get into this mess? I'm crazy sleep deprived. I need more rest. I'm so sick of thinking about it. What's more, I haven't even come to any conclusion. Hee-won Jung sighed. Oh, Mrs. Jung? Yes. And then the school principal shouted, Mrs. Hee-won Jung. He was angry about something. Ms. Jung, how many more times do I have to repeat your name? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that the best you can do? Pedagogy is only 20 minutes long and you're already having trouble concentrating. I don't think you can effectively teach students with such a short concentration time. Excuse me. That's the end of it. Since we have a new teacher with us now. But you have to be more attentive, Miss Jung. Do you understand? Yes, sir? A new teacher? Mr. Jae-hoon, escort Miss Jung to her class after the meeting. Yes, sir. Meet the new teacher at Jae-hoon High School. What? Why me? Whispers in his ear. His subject is Korean language. There are no other first-year Korean teachers here. He doesn't need to see me off. Then can I take him? What? Well, he's too good of a teacher, am I not right? I wonder if he likes to travel, because I do. I don't understand why we got a new teacher in March. Don't we hire new teachers in April or May? I think he's directly related to the principal. I see those silly connections. 2 stripes. Still on my mind. Oh, what's 2 more lines? Why did you write all that? Heh, no reason. You decided to talk during the meeting again. Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? I'm organizing a collective dinner tonight, and I want everyone to attend. This concludes the meeting. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Oh, come on. You two know each other? Yeah, we went to the same university. Is that true? Hey, yes. The main thing is that Miss Kim doesn't fall in love with him. Because the bastard prefers to go to a hotel instead of traveling. Isn't that great? What a coincidence after all. I really missed you. But I don't think you're happy to see me. Mr. Lee, I would like you to address me as Miss Jong here. My advice to you, don't be too open and friendly with the students. And you need to be more careful with the girls. Okay, I got it. You haven't changed a bit. You're still jealous of me. Hee-won is standing there shaking. Of course she is. You're the only one who hasn't changed at all. That's the womanizer I met in my 3rd year at university. He was quite popular in my 1st year. He was the 2nd best in his class, he was good looking, and so he was always surrounded by people. Well, I was the only one who didn't notice him. He would cough and look at me and make other signs of attention, but I didn't react. I didn't care about him at all. And then one day, he had something on his mind. Jae-hoon and I were in the same humanities class, and one day he asked me to have lunch with him. The point was that I had lent him a pen and he wanted to thank me in that way. I saw no reason to refuse, and so I agreed. He bought me lunch with his own money, and you could say that was all there was between me and Jae-hoon. And to my surprise, from that day on he didn't show up at any more lectures, and I forgot all about him. But a little later, Hee-won, please. Let go of Jae-hoon. Hey, what are you talking about? He told me about you being in love with each other, and he can't be with me. Jae-hoon used Hee-won as a reason to break up with girls. This has happened more than once. Hee-won, you? No, that's a lie. Hee-won, you and Jae-hoon? No, it's not true. Hee-won, leave me alone. I don't know him. I thought for a long time about why he was doing this. Eventually, I decided to talk to him and finally figure it all out. Jae-hoon, can you please explain to me what's going on? Oh, okay. Jae-hoon laughed. The thing is, you look so nonchalant, and I figured if I use you as an excuse, it wouldn't hurt you. Seriously. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little disappointed. Hee-won, all girls are so weird. They think that if I'm a little attracted to them, I already belong to them completely. It was boring me, and I decided to get rid of them that way. You don't want to say that you have a crush on me too, do you? What the hell is he talking about? I'm shocked. Hee-won's friend didn't hold back and punched Jae-hoon. What a narcissistic jerk you are. I recommend you to come down from heaven to earth. I couldn't just stand there and listen to this nonsense. You're an idiot. You think you're cool and awesome. You're disgusting. Yeah, that's unexpected. My advice to you, don't live your whole life feeling like you're the king of this world. That day, Myran and I were on the grass of the campus beating up Jae-hoon. But in spite of more witnesses, such an incident did not happen again and life went on. Well, then Jae-hoon was drafted into the army, and I soon graduated from the university. So I didn't think I'd ever see him again. And then there's this unexpected coincidence. This fool is going to work at my school. So please be very friendly and polite to your new teacher, okay? I'm counting on you guys. All right, Miss Jung. By the way, Si-hoon. Yes. I'll ask you to come to my office after lunch, please. Okay. Hee-won and Jae-hoon are standing outside the classroom. Look, I don't have my first class right now, so take a walk around campus or get ready for the next class. Do you understand me? Okay. Then, Hee-won. Miss Jung. Yes, of course, Miss Jung. For some reason, at that moment I remembered yesterday's conversation. Namely, my name is Do Jung Kang, not Uncle Si-han. Strange coincidence. Why did his name turn out to be Do Jung Kang? It reminds me a lot of Do Jung. Miss Jung, could you show me the school in that case, please? He told me he wanted to see me today, but we didn't plan to meet. I wonder how we're supposed to see him then. Hey, Miss Jung, can you hear me? Oh, yes, that's right. I mean, he looks like that man. Almost the same height and tall. Here he is, in person. That's really him. That's awesome. Is he out of his mind? He came all the way to my school just to see me? Hey, you really scared me. I only asked him to show me the school. It's terrible. I'll go crazy soon. Hee-won. Chairman Lee, I'm glad you came to our school. But what brings you here? Hee-won is running at the speed of light towards Do Jung Kang, grabs his hand, and runs away with him. Everyone is shocked by what they see. What just happened? Hee-won led Do Jung Kang into the schoolyard around the corner of the building. That's quite a trick I pulled off. I need to catch my breath. Tell me, please, how could you even come here? In case you've forgotten, I remind you that we were supposed to meet today. Si-hoon is in class right now. I know. But more importantly, you know what? And by the way, please let go of my hand. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I let go of my hand. Oh, are you all right? I can send someone to get you some water. What? You look very tired. Or do you have poor stamina? I don't know why you're asking me that. Understand, it would be good for you to give up this kind of running right now. Excuse me? Jesus, what's he talking about? Let's talk after my work. I'll ask you to leave my workplace. I'm not sure I'll have time to meet again later. In a few minutes, I'm going to start my second lesson, and I have to get ready for it. So I don't have time to talk. I'm sorry. Well, in that case, I'll be as brief as possible. Shall we get married? Hee-won was speechless. She could have expected to hear anything, but not this. Do Jung Kang proposing to Hee-won was resolute in his words and unwavering. What? What did you just say? I asked us to get married. Are you serious? I thought I heard it. Just a minute, Mr. Khan. Are you really going to propose to me? You're out of your mind. No, I'm perfectly sane. There's absolutely no point in getting married. Come on, I feel a serious responsibility towards my child. If you've forgotten, it's not your child. A slight misunderstanding on Do Jung Kang's face. If you happen to be busy tonight, then share your phone number and we'll make an appointment. Oh, we need time to. Where did Mr. Khan go so suddenly? Actually, I saw him turn that corner. He did. But why? Oh, isn't that the principal's voice? Hee-won thought. God, what am I going to do? He's coming here now. He's already yelled at me repeatedly since this morning. If he sees me here, the principal froze for a moment. Both of them screamed in fright. What are you doing here? Hee-won clung to Do Jung Kang's chest. The director didn't understand what was going on. Mr. Kang? Oh, Miss Hee-won? Hee-won Jung smiled. Oh, Mr. Kang, thank you so much. You just saved me. I almost fell and you caught me. Stammering, Hee-won says it's not middle school, it's high school. To get to middle school, you have to go back to the gate and turn right. Miss Jung? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were here, sir. Here's the thing, this young man seems to have gone to the high school by mistake, when he should be going to the middle school. That's why I was showing him how to get through. Miss Jung, why are you talking nonsense? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but it seems Ms. Jung probably doesn't know who you are, so she made a mistake. No, she didn't. She knows exactly who I am. What? He knows the principal? Wait, Mr. Chairman? Wait, is he? Holy crap. Let's go to the main office. I want to talk to Ms. Jung. Oh yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. God, no, this can't be happening. No. Do you know each other? Yes, we know each other. Hee-won and Mr. Kang shook hands. I'll ask you to go to the office first. Oh yes, okay. Well, why don't we head over there? There's something I'd really like to discuss with you. Hee-won Jung is in total shock from all the recent events. I'm really in trouble. He turned out to be the chairman of our school. And apparently he is the chairman of the entire Daein organization. Too many coincidences lately. Am I about to get fired? The strange thing is that he kept talking about taking responsibility for the baby and suggested we get married. He probably thinks I'm going to use the baby to get money from him, and is going to nip that in the bud. It all comes down to the fact that firing me is part of his genius plan. But that's just not right on his part. He gave in to my attempt to seduce him and then took matters into his own hands. Miss Hee-won, is there something you wanted to tell me? As I said earlier, I need to prepare for my next lesson. What? But we haven't finished our conversation yet. I'm sorry, but you have to go too. The principal is waiting for you in his office. Come on, I only came here to talk to you in person. Talk to me? I can probably guess what you want to talk to me about. Hee-won took hold of his tie and pulled him closer to her. Oh, Hee-won, what are you doing? Do-jun Kang tensed slightly. Does he expect me to beg him? It's not going to happen. I can survive without a job. Oh, it's getting hotter. Holy crap, she's so close to him. I plan to submit my letter of resignation before the end of the first semester, so you can be sure you'll never see me again. So you better not bring that up to the principal. If I do quit, it will only be by choice. Moreover, I plan to take care of Do-jul on my own. I hope we understand each other. Do-jul means 2 stripes, and that's apparently the name she chose for the baby. Hee-won didn't wait for an answer and turned around and left for class. A letter of resignation. Do-jul? What the hell is she talking about? Well, like I said earlier, I'll take full responsibility, whether she wants it or not. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your visit. Thank you, it was great. It went quite well. You know, it always amazes me that you can make decisions so spontaneously. Tonight's meeting was planned over dinner. It's amazing. Yes, it is. But adjusting the schedule isn't the secretary's job, is it? Anyway, the headmaster insisted that I attend. Yes, but he was only expecting you if you were available. I didn't expect the offer to be so serious to you. There's one thing I can't understand. How could I have canceled today's meeting scheduled out of the blue? Didn't I tell you? You know, I can count on you. You're a very convincing speaker, and you're second in public speaking for a reason. I'm sure you can do it. If you say I'm in second place, then who's in first place? Well, of course I am. Who else would be first? If that's the case, then why couldn't you cancel the meeting yourself? Especially since you're the kind of person who won't even go into the break room until a new appointment is made. I wonder what came over you at that moment? The assistant carelessly bumped into Mr. Khan. I'm sorry, why did you stop so abruptly? I bumped into you. I apologize again. They looked at each other in silence. And then they turned around. They saw Hee-won chatting with Jae-hoon. They stopped and watched them. Frankly, Do-jung Kang didn't like it. He didn't know what kind of guy it was next to Hee-won. He got jealous. Do you think they're just hanging out, or is there something between them? Meaning? Forget it. Like I asked you before, make sure the dinner meeting is canceled tonight. No problem. Who am I to contradict you? You're the only one who pays me incredible money for my work. You know, for people who are going to get married, you both looked kind of insecure. Come on, I'm always confident, except Hee-won is too shy. Maybe I am. She said she'd take responsibility for me. She turns out to have a temper. But you know, you have taste, she's really very pretty. What? Forget it, I'm not implying anything. Okay. Let's move to the school auditorium. Hee-won Jung and Si-hoon are sitting at the table. Si-hoon doesn't know what the occasion is that Hee-won has invited her. Hee-won doesn't know where to start the dialogue, and there is some kind of pause. Si-hoon, please tell me, did your uncle say anything to you after yesterday's meeting? Absolutely nothing. He's a busy man. Oh, really? What's more, he doesn't do anything unless something is scheduled. He has everything strictly behind schedule. He's a perfectionist. Ah, a perfectionist? Interesting. Something tells me that that very night was also planned. Was it? I don't get it. Was he planning a continuation project at that point? Damn, this whole thing is weird. Miss Jung. Oh, what? Can I tell you something? Yes, of course. Anyway, yesterday, at the hospital, the woman who gave life to my little brother turned out not to be my blood mother at all. Oh, really? Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have a weird stepmother, like in Cinderella or anything. So don't worry about it. I see. I thought she'd tell me about me. My parents got married when I was 20, and then I showed up a town later. My father said their love was like fireworks. Like fireworks? Yes, and their love flared even brighter because my grandfather didn't approve. But why did they? It pains me to remember that time, but my mother got sick and died when I was 6. It hurts me that I didn't remember her face. She was bedridden most of my life. It also hurts me that I don't have any fond memories associated with her. Almost entirely I was raised by my uncle. My father. Oh, by the way, my father's name is Kang Han Jung. Perhaps you've heard of him. I don't know. Is he famous? Ah, then you probably haven't heard of him. He's a painter and is known for his paintings of women. Several times his works have been published in monthly magazines. The director of the Jung Gallery. Wait, isn't Woman at 3 o'clock by any chance his work? Yes, it's my father's work. Oh, that artist is Si-hoon's father. Myran is his biggest fan. If I'm not mistaken, I read the magazine Myran gave me. It said that Si-hoon's father was going to marry a curator who was 12 years younger than him. My stepmother was the curator of the Jung Gallery, so I was still so right. You know, my father was young, and I never thought he would be a widower for the rest of his life. And I was a little surprised when I found out her age. I wonder if this woman is 12 years younger than her father, so the difference with Si-hoon is only 8 years. Yes, I understand why you're so shocked by what I just told you. But we're not on bad terms. It's just that she's more like my older sister than my mother. That's good to hear. What's your relationship with your father? I hope it's a good relationship. What? No, it's fine. He and I get along. But earlier you said you were raised by your uncle, not your father. Ah, I must have misspoken and misled you. You know, my father is a very spontaneous man. He does what he wants to do. As it turns out, he doesn't know how to take care of kids at all. And the thing is, if it wasn't for my uncle, I would have been raised by a nanny at all. My uncle is only 4 years younger than my father. He is a little different from my father, though. Because of my father's influence on my uncle became a very meticulous planner. And now he's always planning everything. Okay, so he's 34 years old. Okay. I think I've told you everything I want to tell you. Don't think I was hiding anything. But you know, it's not a topic I want to discuss with my friends. I think you agree with me. I get your point. But what prompted you to tell me about it? Si-hoon silently looked Hee-won in the eyes. I suppose we can exchange secrets with each other. What do you think? I am very glad that I have someone who can listen to me and share my secrets and experiences. You are like a personal psychologist to me. Thank you for that. Know that you too will have someone who can keep your secrets. Hee-won doesn't know what to answer to that. Si-hoon, I don't even know how to tell you about it. But yesterday, I don't care, Si-hoon replied. What? It's your life, Miss Jung. Just know that I'm not easily hurt by the family I grew up in. Especially since I don't have enough experience in my life to discuss you. Thank you. No problem. Ms. Jung, can I come here to share my problems? Yes, of course. Thank you very much. I guess I'll be going then. And thank you for our dialogue. Si-hoon walked out of the classroom, slammed the door. Sharing secrets. Still, what a mature child she is. I didn't even understand for a moment, was she the teacher now or me? God, I'm so tired. She must have inherited that from her uncle. Si-hoon came out into the school corridor. How glad I am to talk to Mrs. Hee-won Jung. Si-hoon, follow me. Huh, why? Grabs Si-hoon's hand. Hey, what's going on? She led her to the gymnasium on the school grounds. Can you explain to me what the rush is? What's going on? The thing is, I have big news. The basketball game between Daewoo Sunbae and K-young Sunbae is going to be incredible. By the way, Daewoo Sunbae is Sehun's roommate and K-young Sunbae is his classmate. Is that why you brought me here? I'm leaving. It's lunchtime anyway. Wait, I'm not done yet. You do realize this isn't just a basketball game, right? They're fighting over a girl. What? Over a girl? Is that true? Yes, it's true. Interesting. So Daewoo had a fight with someone because of a girl. They enter the sports hall where the basketball game is going on right now. Wow, why are there so many people here? Don't you know that Daewoo Sunbae is insanely popular? Still, do you have more details? Paft, of course. You know I know more about everything than anyone else. So, I heard it from a classmate who heard it from Sunbae, who heard it from another Sunbae who witnessed that very fight. Hey, just keep it short. I'm telling you everything in detail so that you'll believe me. You know what an idiot Kai-young Sunbae is? It's obvious that he was talking about her as if he owned her. And then Daewoo Sunbae ended up interfering. Oh, really? And then Daewoo Sunbae came up and said in a low voice, "Kwon Ki-young, shut up immediately." That's all I heard about him. You do know that Daewoo Sunbae didn't usually engage in arguments like this, right? He's so cold as always, but he's so cool. Yeah, so what? Ki-young Sunbae was so embarrassed, so he wanted to fight. But Daewoo Sunbae offered a wise solution. He suggested a match instead. That's so like him. He's not that violent. What a good man he is. Okay, so who's the girl? I don't know that one. Come on, does it really matter? All that matters is that they decided to do it. Who cares who the girl is anyway? And that's when he came in. Daewoo Sunbae himself. Wow, he's here. Daewoo Sunbae, you look really good. Seo-hoon, what did you do to get so lucky? I can't believe Daewoo Sunbae is your neighbor. God, I'm so jealous of you. Effed, something to be jealous of. I'm just sorry that he ended up being my roommate. Jang Daewoo. I happen to be the only one who knows who he is. He only pretends to be kind and polite. But in reality, he's an incredibly lazy person. It's like he has a split personality. Oh yes, by the way, he is also a swindler who uses the weaknesses of people to his own advantage. You know, even my father doesn't believe me about Jang Daewoo. Why should anyone else? Father, can we move? Jang Daewoo is driving me crazy. He's always bugging me. Come on, he's so cute. What's more, I'm sure he sees you as his little sister. But that's what gave me hope. If he suddenly gets a girlfriend, he'll probably leave me alone and stop making fun of me. And I'll finally be free of Daewoo. Freedom. Sehun, are you okay? What are you doing? Why did you scream so loudly? Standing around talking about something. Daewoo takes off his jacket. He's topsy-turvy. Why is he coming to me? Don't go away. He came up to Sehun and threw his jacket over her. Why did he do that? Everyone is thrilled. Everyone is whispering around. But what was that? But that was so cool. But personally, Sehun was embarrassed at this point. Does he think it's the 90s or something? Oh, I guess that's the same girl? Kang Sehun. And I heard that she's the reason they play basketball. Wow, really? Everyone around them started discussing. But why exactly did they choose her? And I don't understand guys and their tastes. Everyone keeps discussing, but Sehun doesn't like it. She took off her jacket and stood up. Keep it to yourself. Hey, girlfriend, where are you going? To be honest, I had a hunch. He probably interfered just because they were all talking about me. Since it was Ki-young Sunbae, it's not without gossip. Daewoo was probably just pissed off that the person he likes to make fun of was being gossiped about. I'm pretty sure that in his subconscious, he's the only one who can torment me. And something tells me that my life is starting to get harder because of this misunderstanding. So the feeling is that it will be quicker if I find him a girlfriend myself. Sehun walked past Jae-hoon. He followed her with a glance but said nothing. Jae-hoon decided to come to the gym. He walked up to his friend Sehun and said, "Hi. Oh, hello. You must know who I am, right?" "Yes, of course. You're the teacher practitioner." Thanks for remembering. What's your name? Kuradni. Kuradni? That's a very pretty name. I'm so perplexed. A very handsome young practitioner teacher came up to me and spoke. I thought I heard her name was Kang Si-hoon. If my discernment doesn't fail me, there's definitely something between them. I want to know what they were talking about. Anyway, if I can't get the information I need, it's okay if I make friends with her. Wow! Somebody won. What? No. Evening is coming. One of the city's upscale restaurants. Wow, is this really Hanu's restaurant? I can't believe we'll be dining at such an expensive restaurant. I heard that our corporate party will be attended by the chairman. Has he really decided to pay for our corporate party? Maybe. Does that mean that the chairman is coming to our party? No way. Let's hurry up and get the best seats. Okay. Can I join you? I'm a little shy about people I don't know. No. I think you're perfectly welcome to sit at another table and meet other teachers. Come on, he won. He said he was shy. Have a seat. Thank you very much. What? Wow! The chairman came here after all. Miss Jung, you haven't seen our chairman yet, right? He's very handsome. You'll see for yourself. Look, I've only seen him on TV and only from a distance. But even from a distance he looks amazing. I'll never forget his face, said Miss Jung's friend. My God, this can't be happening. The chairman did come to a corporate event like this. Mr. Kang looked at Hee-won Jung. She was shocked to see him here. Why did he come here? I'm so mad. And why does he have such a fierce look? Hee-won, is everything okay? Jae-hoon put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, hurry up and take your hand away. Okay, I hear you. No problem. The director asked for a minute of your attention. I want to thank you all for coming to dinner to celebrate the start of the new school term. And instead of the principal's usual speech, the chairman will now say a few words. Let's listen to Mr. Khan's speech. You know, frankly, when I was in school, I hated speeches the most. So I don't think there's any need for one. Let's just get down to eating. And just enjoy tonight. Thank you. Wow, that was short, but very cool. And I loved the chairman's speech. Every time the principal's speech was like torture. So Mr. Khan's speech sounded like it was a cool breeze in the heat. How calm he is, wow. Well, yeah, no argument there. Do-jung Kang did nothing but glance in Hee-won Jung's direction. Hee-won, why aren't you eating? Try this. Can you shut up and eat your portion? Do-jung Kang keeps his eyes on Hee-won. Chairman, don't you like our food? Why haven't you tasted anything yet? No, the food is good. Tell me, is the man who sits there also a teacher? Over there. Oh, you mean the man sitting next to Miss Jang? He's a teacher trainee from Myungwon University. I see, so he's still only an intern. She seems to prefer younger men. Mr. Kang, do you want me to call him here? Mr. Lee, come here, please. You called for me. As far as I know, you're a student at Myungwon University. Yes, I'm in my 4th year now. Please have a seat. Don't be nervous. I just want to talk to you and see how students are thinking these days. I hear you. So, do you agree that the older generation is influencing the younger generation through education because they're not ready to fit into society? I'm sorry, what? I see. Then, what do you think of the rude gesture of putting your hand on somebody's shoulder? The principal and Mr. Lee in a slight misunderstanding of the situation because of the question Mr. Khan asked. Do-jung Kang expects to hear the answer. Afterwards, he smiles. Relax, it was a joke. Ha ha ha, Chairman Kang, you know a lot about good jokes. Mr. Lee, would you like to drink some liquor? Yes, a little is fine, thank you. Let me pour you one then. No, that's all right. I'm driving today and I have to give someone a ride. So all I'm drinking today is water. Oh, I see. Then I'll just have a drink. Do-jung Kang pours Jae-hoon alcohol. Kang's look is completely unemotional. I admit he scares me a little. I might have done something wrong. Miss Jung, do you really not want a drink? I don't feel well, I probably won't drink today. Really? It's getting cold and I'm afraid I might catch a cold. I should get going. Oh, then I'll go too. It's all right, don't worry about me, eat slowly. I think I'll be going. Ed, if you go, I'll have no one to talk to. Oh, the alcohol's starting to kick in. That was fast. Here comes Mr. Lee back. So he'll keep you company. You can drink together. I will. That's what I'll do. Interesting. Miss Kim, I'll be honest with you. What's wrong? The thing is, Mr. Lee prefers to stay in hotels instead of traveling at all. Oh, I don't understand you. What are you talking about? He's completely irresponsible. What's more, he's a womanizer. Ha ha ha, really? You make me laugh. Miss Kim, I wasn't joking at all. Ha ha ha, that's really very funny. If a handsome man like Mr. Lee happens to be a womanizer, I don't care. I'll take him in with open arms. Ha ha ha. Do as you please. But I warned you, he's a man without principles. I'm still laughing from what you told me. That's so sweet of you, but Miss Jung, don't worry about me. Just don't run to me in tears later to tell me what an asshole Mr. Lee is. Have a good night. Okay, be careful on your way home. Why is it so cold? It's already spring. Are you going home already? Oh, you scared me. I'm sorry for scaring you. Oh, it's okay. Hee-won didn't hear him coming. I'm going home now. Let me give you a ride in my car. No need, thank you, I'll drive myself. Do Jung Kang saw that Hee-won was shivering from the cold and quickly put on her jacket. Miss Jung, have you by any chance done many bad things? You are so easily frightened. Mr. Kang, you never cease to amaze me. I can see you're cold. Just keep your jacket on. Hee-won just looked at Do Jung Kang in silence. Tell me, what are you doing here? I really am. I didn't know where to go. To be honest, I got lost. Great. The point is, I'm very bad at navigating. So this happens a lot when I'm in unfamiliar places. God, what did I just say to him? I see. I, on the other hand, am very good at navigating and finding the right paths. I don't want to brag, but I'm so skillful that I find the right ways where there shouldn't be any at all. Let's not keep standing here. Let's go to my car. I don't think we need to. In case you haven't realized it yet, but I only came here for you. Hee-won was surprised at Do Jung Kang's words. I take it you didn't have a desire to talk seriously after thinking about it thoroughly. No, we really need to have a serious talk. Then let's go to my car. Don't forget, it's cold outside, you might get sick. Just don't think I want my jacket back. Yeah, okay. Let's hurry up. We don't want anyone to see us together. Miss Jung, even if you suddenly have topographical cretinism, I think you should remember your address, don't you? Relax, it was only a joke. Tell me, the proposal I made this morning, did you even think about it? I'll tell you straight, I don't want to marry you, Mr. Chairman. In case you've forgotten, my name is Kang Do-jung. Excuse me? I say that my name is not Mr. Chairman or Kang Do-jul, but Kang Do-jun. I'm aware of that. You keep saying it every time we meet. Is your name that important to you? The thing is, you called me Do-jul today, and so I thought I'd remind you. I didn't call you Do-jul. Then who did? That's the baby's name. What did you say? I'm sorry, but how can you choose a baby's name by yourself? In case you've forgotten, it's my baby, Mr. Khan. Actually, half of it is mine. Do Jung Kang didn't like it. He decided to stop the car. Hee-won didn't understand it. Do you have any proof? Can you prove that I'm not the father of the child? Why are you doing this? I told you that you are not the father of my child, because I find that hard to believe. I don't understand why you're doing all this. If anything, at least show me your fiancé, although I don't think there is one. Honestly, I can't believe that's the baby's name. What? Why don't you like the name Do-jul? Well, there are so many beautiful names in the world, but you chose Do-julai. Why do you want to give my baby such a weird name? You know, it's just weird. It feels like you're a math or art teacher. I'm a Korean language teacher. I've already decided that my baby's name will be Da-chul. Do you understand, Mr. Kang? I can't believe he cares so much about our baby's name. I'm very angry. Do Jung Kang tries to contain his emotions. Okay, it's okay. What's fine? Frankly, I'm not exactly happy that our baby's name will be Do-julai, but still, it's your wish. Do-jul can be our baby's name. Actually, I didn't mean by ours, you and me. It was a general ours. I'm talking about what our means, where a person is just talking about themselves and the people around them, not the person who is listening. You really are a language teacher. But the point is that the only one around you in the car is me. And the word our you said includes me, that is, the listener. So there's no point in arguing that I'm right. Joel is our child. Listen to me, you don't happen to be doing a project of procreation or anything else, do you? I don't know what you're talking about. That's exactly what you don't understand. If a girl says no, isn't that the end of the conversation? I just told you that I don't want to bother you. It's strange to end a conversation this way. What makes you think you're bothering me? Is that all you wanted from me? Have you forgotten already? I want to marry you. No, you must have forgotten. I already told you no. But why? Do you really hate me that much? Hate him. I wonder if any girl in this world can say she likes that face and body. But a wedding is something else entirely. Can I ask you why you don't want to marry me? But we don't know anything about each other. You know, there's a critical error in your statement. I'm well aware of your interest in the underprivileged. I know the names of the books you read, I know the genres of music you listen to, and so on. By the way, I know where your erogenous zone is, which makes you insanely horny. When I fondle your earlobe, you breathe hard and you're ticklish, but when I touch your thighs… Okay, that's enough. Can you skip that part? Unfortunately, we spent most of our time relating only to this topic, and that's the only thing I enjoyed. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't understand why you have such a reaction. Please stop. Let's stop on the fact that we know almost nothing about each other. Understand that anyway, we don't know enough about each other to get married. We can do it gradually though. And moreover, we get along very well in one particular subject. You know which one? How do you not understand that a wedding is a family that is made with love? You do not love me and I do not love you. And these primitive instincts will soon disappear. What's the problem? Let's start there then. What? Where do we start? Love. Let's start there. What? Mrs. Joan, tomorrow is Saturday, and I hope you'll be free that day. And I'll move my schedule and solve some things in the morning. So I think I can be free. I'm busy. I'm working tomorrow. Or rather, I meant I have plans with friends. If those are the friends I've already seen, I wouldn't mind joining them. Even though we're doing this out of order, and we've already slept together and I proposed to you. Let's start with the first date. But I don't want to. You know, totally irresponsible of you. So how can my not wanting to go on a date with you be an irresponsible act? If it weren't for our child together, I would think you just don't like me. Still, it feels like you don't want to make the slightest effort at all. Mrs. Joan, understand, I want our child to receive love from both parents and to grow up in a full family. So we have to get married. But you yourself said that the wedding has to be only for love, didn't you? If we want to see if we can fall in love, of course we have to get to know each other better first and start seeing each other more often. I suggest we go on a date first. I think that's the least we can do for Joel. I think tomorrow is a great day to go on a first date. He doesn't know what to answer. Okay, I agree. But I need to clarify something. Know that just because I agreed to a date doesn't mean that I'm ready to marry you. I understand. That's enough at this point. Okay. Sometimes I think he's the kind of man who always gets things done. Myran lies resting in his apartment. And then the doorbell rings. Oh, is that you? I have to tell you something. I know who he is. Wang Myran, of course I understand. But even if you two had a fight, you should have at least opened the door for him. I saw that he was sitting on the stairs outside. Minwook, come on, come inside. Minwook feels a little uncomfortable because of his earlier fight with Myran. Nothing matters now except what I'm about to tell you. Please sit down. I found out who the baby's father is. In fact, I saw something familiar about him. I'm scared to tell you this. Anyway, he's the vice president of the Dahan Group. Oh, really? I don't get it. That's your whole reaction? Did you hear what I just told you? Hey, he's the chairman of your school. Yeah, he is. I don't understand. You don't believe me, do you? What's more, my father told me that he's about to become the head of the company. Even last year, my father introduced us at the Dahan Group fundraiser. When exactly last year? December 31st. That's the day you invited me to watch the bells ring. Korea has a bell ringing ceremony that takes place on New Year's Eve. Is that why you ignored me then to meet another man? Come on, Minwook. It's not what you think. Actually, her father forced her to go to that meeting. But she really said she didn't want to go there. Minwook didn't really believe what Hee-won just said while covering for her friend. Myran, I want to talk to you alone. Hee-won went out into the other room. Myran closed the door behind her. Minwook, here's the thing anyway. I'm sorry I lied that day, but believe me, I didn't do it on purpose. I really wanted to go to that bell ceremony with you. You know my father well enough. I couldn't have done otherwise. But I don't know if he's worried about me or if he only thinks about himself. Either way, his insistence knows no bounds. Especially, it was not a blind date. But my father was very persistent and said he would come and drag me home if I didn't go. Myran, that's not what I wanted to talk to you about at all. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. Oh, okay, come on. Yeah, I know you've heard this before, but Hee-won and I grew up together. We're like brother and sister, especially since our moms are pretty close. Hee-won's mom would often let her go with us to the movie theater or to the amusement park or something. I want to point out that when Hee-won first came to my house, she didn't laugh at all. Do you know what her first words were? Auntie, tell me, did my mother give up on me? At that moment, my mother didn't expect to hear that from Hee-won. My mother said that if she had cried, those words wouldn't have been so sad. You know, I actually feel like I know what she meant by that. Minwook, is that what you wanted to tell me? Well, sort of, yeah. You see, I want to let you know that Hee-won is my family. She's like my sister. You could even say she's like my twin. Don't get me wrong, I never thought of Hee-won as a woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? Myran remains silent. Minwook is still waiting to hear what Myran has to say. Heh, I see. Myran, I'm telling you that I think of Hee-won as my family, protecting her out of habit. If it hurts you, I'll try to make amends. I never thought it would turn out this bad. But Myran, I realize that I owe it to you to love you even more. Minwook, I don't understand why you decided to tell me this so suddenly. The point is that it looks like my business will fail before it even officially opens. Because of our conflicts and because you stopped talking to me, I couldn't focus on work. Something tells me that if Chulgan finds out I was here, he'll probably kill me. Then just die. You're so mean. Say, you're not mad at me anymore? I don't know, we'll see. Myran, do you want to see something? Minwook touches his hand to Myran's face. I really want to kiss you. Hey, are you out of your mind? There's Hee-won in the living room. I know. That's why it's only going to be a kiss. They started kissing. Minwook plopped Myran down on the bed. Hey, you told me it was just going to be a kiss. What are you doing here? What the hell? A little later, Hee-won walks down the street. Myran and Minwook appear from around the corner, who are secretly watching her. Hee-won walks along with Do-jung Kang. About your friends, I don't remember them being able to join us. I'm sorry, I happen to have told them everything, but they're some weirdos. Last night, Myran and Minwook kept asking me about Do-jung Kang. Come on, tell us what happened. And most importantly, with all the details. Then I told them how he found out he was the father. Well, and that Do-jung Kang would take responsibility and offered to marry him. And then, of course, I told him about the date tomorrow. Whoa, he was better than I thought he would be. I agree. There aren't many men in the world willing to take that step. Really? Yeah. I think we should investigate. Sustained. What kind of investigation? What are you up to? By investigation, you mean spying on us? At least you made it less conspicuous if you were going to spy on us, you morons. Anyway, he looks different to me compared to yesterday. I wonder if these are his everyday clothes. Unexpectedly, but these clothes fit him. The thing is, it took me a long time to choose what to wear, because I wanted to look younger. I hope I picked the right style. Ha ha ha, yes. Did I really take that long to look at him? Miss Jung, tell me, how old are you? Well, I'm 27 years old. 27 years old, I see. And I am. I already know how old you are. Seo Hyun told me that. So you were looking for information about me at the expense of other people? Not at all. We were just talking about her parents and then we talked about you. She mentioned that you are 4 years younger than her father. Ah, my brother. They come out of the elevator. Would you like to get a little closer? Isn't that the reason we're meeting? To get to know each other better? Well, then I suggest we drop all the formalities. Come on, you can do whatever you want. Okay, Hee-won. What? You said I can do whatever I want. Hey, not so fast, okay? But you can also call me unofficially. No, never. I think I'll stick with Doo-jung, Mr. Kang. If you say so. Never in my life. This is so embarrassing. Hee-won, wait. What? Doo-jung Kang went somewhere. Our secret agents are watching from around the corner. Hello, friends of Hee-won. Oh, hello. Since you happen to follow us all the way to the movie theater, in that case, would you like to join us? Why not? What idiots they are. Why did they have to make up that tracking thing if they wanted to spend time with us? Oh, Hee-won, I didn't expect to see you here. What a meeting. Please take it all off. You're embarrassing me. Is everything ready? Yes, please come in. On the table are there cola, popcorn, and another drink on ice. Everyone is seated in the theater. Wait, did you buy this whole movie theater? No. Then why is it so empty? I just told the manager I wanted an empty auditorium for 3 hours. Oh, I completely forgot. The movie theater in question is in the Dahan Group Company chain, and he is the vice president of it. So I assumed he wouldn't buy out the whole movie theater. Of course, rich people are just on a whole other level. Get close to him. Now for some reason I feel like he's even more distant from me. Hee-won, what movie would you rather watch? It's nothing special, just pick one you like. Okay. What about the seats? Comfortable, or do you want me to ask you to replace them? No need, I'm fine. How's your drink? I took care beforehand and decided that a soda wouldn't work for you and asked for a fruit smoothie. Oh, and I ordered regular popcorn. It's okay, really? Hee-won likes cheese popcorn. She also prefers mangoes to strawberries. How's that? What? No, it's okay. The thing is, Min-wook just. Wait, you're the one who told me you wanted to get to know each other, didn't you? You do realize that little things like that are very important. They can even cause a rift in a relationship, right? So anyway, Hee-won. Hey, Min-wook, stop it. I don't think you should interfere so much in their relationship. Ah, okay. I meant well. Stop eating so much popcorn, or your stomach will be full until the next meal. I'll eat as much popcorn as I want. Okay, especially since Hee-won is a big girl and can take care of herself. Yes, you're right. They sat in silence for a while. Mr. Vice President, would you like something else? Bring me some cheese popcorn and a mango smoothie, please, and also put on the most popular movie. Yes, sir. Doo-jung Kang looks at Hee-won. She doesn't look at him, but he keeps looking at her all the time. Doo-jung Kang is probably starting to get more and more attached to Hee-won. We'll see what happens next. Hee-won and Doo-jung Kang watch a movie in a movie theater. Oh, has that movie already come out? I was just about to see it. It's awesome. Finally, we've been quiet for at least a minute. Now, I'll calmly watch the movie I've been waiting for. Give up and I won't shoot you. Come on, you don't have the guts to pull the trigger. You won't shoot me. I wonder how he could be so sure he wouldn't shoot me. What if he does shoot? All right, you wanted to do it. No, don't kill him. In the movie, a shot is fired, and at that moment, Doo-jung Kang covers Hee-won's eyes with his palm. Hee-won is very frightened at this moment. Hey, what are you doing? I guess I picked the wrong movie after all. It seems too violent for a pregnant woman. No, this movie has a 16+ limit, not a pregnancy limit. Hee-won, the movie may be fine for you, but your emotions could affect the baby. You shouldn't be worried right now. Come on, really? Doo-jung Kang covered Hee-won's eyes with his palm again, and once again closed her eyes. Yeah, there are so many violent moments here, I'm shocked. Come on, that's too much. What's the point of me being here if you keep covering my eyes with your palm? I can't see the movie that way. Do Jung Kang approached Hee-won. They look into each other's eyes. Do Jung Kang is looking into something on Hee-won's face. Wait. Hee-won becomes embarrassed. And they turned away abruptly. I'm beginning to remember something. Oh, it's like I felt it again. I remembered some things about that night. His lips were in every part of my body. I also remembered the taste of his lips. Why exactly now I remembered it? I wonder what he remembered and felt now. My friends are busy with themselves, they obviously don't need anyone. It's even good that they didn't see anything that happened a few seconds ago. The two of them are having fun together. But some mixed feelings about me and Do Jung Kang. My body and heart can't agree on anything. It's a very strange feeling. The movie ended and the couples left the theater. I love the movie. I really liked it, Mai Ran said. Oh, a missed call from Chol Gong. Chol Gong? Yes. He texted me that the logo is ready and I need to take a look at it. Oh, really? Do you want to come with me? Me? Yeah, I have 3 choices to choose from, and you're just gonna help me with that. Especially since you have good taste, and I'm sure we'll definitely choose the best one. Wow, of course. I'll pick the best one. Leave it to me. Strange why Chol Gong didn't come to me right away, but left it up to you. Ha ha ha, yeah. Let's hurry up, Chol Gong is waiting for us. Okay. Hee-won, let's go already. We have some business to take care of. Okay, see you later. Yes, Hee-won has interesting friends. What's next? Do Jung Kang took Hee-won's hand. Maybe we can go somewhere too. Oh, maybe. Okay, I don't mind. They came to one of the upscale restaurants in town. Hee-won is chewing his food. Tell me, did you like the movie? Is it just me or do you look depressed after watching the movie? It's okay, just upset about the main character. Really? Yes. The point is that the main character has always been active in life, but at the end of the movie, when he got older, he couldn't climb the mountain. It was sad to watch that, and it made me feel like the main character was taken away from me. That sounds silly, doesn't it? Ha ha ha, I could have been your hero. What? What do I have to do for that? Climb a mountain without breaking a sweat? Or maybe I need to pump myself up? Hey, stop teasing me. Do Jung Kang is sipping coffee and looking into Hee-won's eyes. Listen, I'd like to ask you a question. What is it? Your friend Minwook. Yes. What do you want to know about him? Do you like him? Hee-won didn't expect such a question from Do Jung Kang. Why did he suddenly decide to ask me that? Do you like him or not? I mean, do you like him as a man? Oh, you must have misunderstood. The thing is, Minwook and Myran. I don't care. Excuse me, I said I don't care about the person you have feelings for. Just you and me. We're adults now, and we have to take our actions responsibly. And we both agreed to take steps to be a happy family for due July, so I will do everything in my power to make it come true, and I expect you to do the same. I understand. I'm pleased to hear that, and that's why I assume you'll agree with the following. I have decided that we need to meet at least 4 times a week, so we need to change our work schedule. Hee-won, is that acceptable to you? Do you generally agree with my suggestion? Yes. Lord, he said it so harshly and matter-of-factly. He asked such questions that the answers were predetermined, so I had nothing to answer. It seems to me as if he were a different person. And which one is the real Do Jung Kang? And lastly, I have one more question for you. Tell me directly, did you sleep with me to get back at Minwook? Why is he picking on Minwook like that? Does it really bother you that much? I guess that's why you slept with me. Since I'm going out with you, I'm going to try to do my best and be as faithful to you as I can. That's why I advise you to do the same. And in the future, don't even think of bringing me into your relationship with him. That was just on my part. It was my way of trying to get over him. Be calm, what you're worried about won't happen. I hope you told the truth. How did he even know about my feelings for Minwook? What a blue sky. It makes me want to reach for it. It's lovely weather today. I think the flowers will start blooming soon. 2 weeks have passed since that day. In that time we have met 6 times. They were meetings in a restaurant or car rides. On each date, he was as caring as possible. You could even say he was extremely gentle and affectionate. And in fact, the dates were not horrible at all. but I couldn't get one thing out of my head. I don't think we were making any progress. Hee-won recalls the words Do-jung Kang said. We both gave our consent, so I'm going to give it my all. We're going to meet at least 4 times a week, and we have to change our schedule. Yeah, that's great. I think if we were like all the other couples, it might be different. We don't go on regular dates, it's mostly just business. What's more, he and I don't talk at all until it's time for our next meeting. All this means that we are not a real couple. We could send messages saying we miss each other or want to see each other soon. We could send heart stickers and stuff like that. But we don't do that. And it's like we live in different worlds. It's hard for me to get used to how rich he is. Yeah, it's a tough situation. What's going to happen next? I find it hard to believe that our marriage is real. It's too artificial. Miss Jung. Oh, hello Xi-hoon. You're supposed to be in class right now. Why are you here? Ha ha ha. Well, actually, I'm supposed to be in the gym, but I got a tummy ache. I was resting in the nurse's office, but since it got stuffy in there, I decided to go outside and get some fresh air. I see. Oh, who? Hee-won and Si-hoon took a deep breath. Si-hoon, that was a heavy sigh. Miss Jung, I could say the same to you. Did something happen to you? No, just. A soccer ball rolled up to them. The physical education teacher came to get the ball. This guy is quite muscular and he showed off his biceps. Miss Jung, are you aware that the gym teacher likes you? Si-hoon, it's not good to spread rumors if you're not sure it's true. But you could see it in his eyes. He obviously has feelings for you. Stop it. You'd better tell me what's bothering you. Earlier you told me that you would come and tell me about your problems. But you haven't come to me since then. Don't you trust me? I don't. I trust you. Miss Jang, perhaps you know Zhang Dawoo's student? He's in his 3rd year. Yes. I know him. Isn't he the one who likes you? What? Who told you that? Nobody told me that, but I always see you two together, especially since the two of you ride bikes to school together. Miss Jung, you said yourself that it's not good to start rumors when you don't know if they're true or not. You've got it all wrong. Ha ha ha, okay. Actually, I wanted to come to school on my own, so I bought myself a bike. But it turns out he bought himself a bike too. Tell me, do you know how to make a person leave me alone forever? Why is someone bothering you? Is it Dawoo? Miss Jung. What? You're the first person to say something bad about him. Ha, that wasn't intentional at all. I figured it out. But you're the first to think that Dawoo could somehow interfere with my life. And that's enough for me. Why? It gives me a lot of hope. I won't give up. Thank you for that. I didn't understand anything at all. Hee-won, hi. I've been looking all over for you, and you're sitting on the bench in the schoolyard. We need to get the class ready for the next lesson. Well, I guess I'll be going now. Hee-won, that was Kang Si-hoon from our class, right? Mr. Lee, tell me, are you really stupid, or are you just terribly rude? If you won't address me as Miss Jung, which I said earlier, then don't address me at all. Hee-won turned around and walked away. Mean girl. But that makes me like you even more. So you left me no other choice. Let's see how long you can remain so arrogant. The supplier is letting us down and not meeting the semiconductor separation deadline. Our company has to focus on meeting the requirements. I believe this part of the plans should be met in the first half of the year. We had some problems due to negative reviews and the appliance department took a hit. Because of this, sales kept dropping, but finally stabilized. By the way, we are only a month away from the wedding of Stroot Chairman, Kim Woo-min, and the daughter of Dong A Corporation Chairman. It seemed to me that everything seemed to be falling into place that day. My last scheduled meeting ended as much as 30 minutes early. I felt like drinking an alcoholic beverage and just relaxing a little bit. I was quite open to socializing with anyone who was present in that establishment. At times, I think I was a little too emotional and free that night. I apologize. And then our protagonist, Hee-won Jung, who attended the same establishment as Do-jung Kang, appears. I may have high standards, but it took exactly 1 hour. Excuse me. What do you mean? The point is that I'm in the process of finding the right person for my plan. I found her incredibly absurd and daring. That was my first impression of her. I became very curious as to what her plan was. Oh, okay. Pour me the same as his. Hee-won took the cocktail in her hand. Shall we have a drink? The whole situation at that time with a girl I didn't know seemed very interesting. Yeah, sure. Cheers. In fact, that's how we met. Frankly speaking, it was very easy and pleasant to talk to her and to spend time with her in general. We talked for over an hour on various topics. She did not pretend to be shy at all. She was intelligent and passionate, as well as a little daring. That's what I liked about her. She listened to me with a twinkle in her eye. At that moment, I felt incredibly loved. About your plan. Tell me, what should I do? Yes, my plan. When I heard her plan, I didn't want to send her away at all. It seemed to me that this plan was part of something bigger. But the problem was, I couldn't see it. I really thought we were with her. Melded bodies and hearts. And in the morning, you remember what happened. Do Jung Kang found money from Hee-won in his bed for spending the night. Do Jung Kang took a deep breath, remembering those very moments. Hey, Vice President Kang, we have a very important case to complete. Please, focus on this case. Okay, Mr. Lee, tell me, do you think I'm an unpleasant person? What? Why are you asking me that question now? Frankly, yes, you're not a pleasant person. What do you mean by that? Would you like me to explain it to you in more detail? Yes, please. Okay, I'll tell you. You are a very calculating person. It helps you in many of your cases. But as a director of a large company, it's a hindrance. The point is that if any problems arise and things don't go according to plan, you become angry in the blink of an eye. And now, for example, you can easily cancel a very important meeting. The whole company is under stress, trying to fulfill your whims. Okay, I hear you, even though you exaggerated a little bit. Huh? Exaggerated? That's not true. That's enough. That's not what I asked you. It was important to me to know if I was unpleasant as a man. As a man? You? Oh, is that what the problem is? Do Jung, what's going on with you? You're acting very strange. I agree with you. That's why I've been thinking about it for a long time. I feel like gold after the rain has stopped. Have you ever had that? Probably not. What could it be like? Well, imagine opening an umbrella and suddenly the rain stopped abruptly. I feel useless. Do you know what I mean? No way. That's the girl. Wait, isn't this all about Hee-won? Did she tell you that you're useless and bothering her? No, she didn't say that. It looks like Do Jung Kang is depressed. I have one more question. Tell me, do I really look older? Hey, did she tell you that you look older? You mean she thinks you're old to her? No, she didn't say that either. Then what's the problem? Do you think you're not her type and don't like you at all? Have you tried to shower her with gifts? You've got that option, buy what she wants for money. Oh, presents. I wouldn't call it bribing. I did try to buy her things that she looked at intently. Every time I tried to buy her something, she would let me know she was uncomfortable and turn them down. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to earn points. Si-hoon, can you talk now? Tell me, do you know what your teacher likes? I even asked Si-hoon what Hee-won liked. I tried different options to find out her preferences. And as it turns out, she likes it. Tteokbokki. These are the kind of Korean sharp sticks. Come on, you just bought her tteokbokki. Oh my god, are you serious? You should listen to me. I've told you repeatedly that you should not concentrate only on work and go on a date. I'm still in shock, tteokbokki, ha ha ha. So, Miss Jung said, hey, where are you going to go? I want to try the tteokbokki. Right now. But what am I to do about the meeting and the preparations for the meeting? Don't panic, I have a competent secretary like you to take care of everything. I'm counting on you. I'm sure you can handle yourself and tweak my schedule just right, Mr. Lee. Hey, wait a minute. That wasn't our agreement. Do Jung Kang walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. He drove his car up to the school. In a few minutes she will be here. Oh, there she is. She looks incredibly cute as always. And who's that next to her? Who's that guy in the tracksuit? Do Jung Kang calls Hee-won on her smartphone. I wonder what he's calling me about. Hi, did you finish your work at the school? Yes, I'm already off work. You did? Then I'll pick you up right now. What? Why? I saw you yesterday. Oh, I meant. Hee-won, we haven't seen each other 4 times this week yet. I understand, but it's Friday. We still have the weekend to ourselves. I think we should meet as soon as we get the chance. Yes, I agree, but… So, how much time do you need? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Okay, I'll be ready by then. Okay, that was quite a surprise to me. Well, we had to meet anyway. Hey, is this test some kind of joke to you? Answer me. Why such an irresponsible attitude towards studies? Hee-won heard shouting from the classroom. I told you repeatedly that if you don't know the answer to a question, skip it. Now, look at what you wrote. Mr. Jun seems to be especially strict with my students. Was he so affected by the incident last year? Mr. Jun? Something tells me there was a special reason for that. Kids usually write the same thing on social media, so she wrote it on the tests. Who gave you the right to interfere? You're still an intern, remember that. Jae-hoon still hasn't figured out when to meddle in the conversation and when not to. Yeah, he just made the flames even worse with that. Miss Hee-won Jung, the teacher of Class 5, isn't it? Yes, that's her. No wonder. Mr. Jung, you do realize she didn't do it out of spite, right? I will of course reprimand her, but that was a little rude of you. She won't write whatever she wants on the test sheets from now on. Let's just forget about this incident, okay? What? Go Ran-ni, apologize to Mr. Jun again. I'm sorry. I also apologize. You have my word that it won't happen again. Do you really think one apology will be enough? Knave. What a youth these days. It doesn't matter if they are students or teachers. How self-righteous they are. Are you talking to me? I'm just saying. I get it, that's why I'm asking you. Why are you saying it right here and now? What? It's not for you to decide where or what I should say. You should understand that there are things that are appropriate to say, and things you shouldn't say in front of my students and colleagues. Miss Jung, now hear me out. Don't you think you're trying to tell me off right now? Mr. Jun, I take it you're only doing this because I refused to write your volunteer report last year. I'm not your personal assistant, Mr. Jun. I've always helped you and written these reports, but I turned you down once. Hey, Ms. Jung, don't make me angry. I don't understand why you even brought this up. Do you seriously think that's why I'm picking on you? Yes, I do. What? Say that one more time, Miss Jung. Do you really think I'm picking on you? Hee-won looked silently into Mr. Jung's eyes. So, Mr. Jun, you think it's time for us all to calm down? Mr. Shin, did you hear what Ms. Jung said to me? Imagine, she said I was picking on her. If a student doesn't take his studies seriously, shouldn't I tell him off? Of course you should, but I think you just misunderstood Ms. Jung. Let's forget this conversation and just go home. It's Friday, and you need to get some rest from a hard week's work. Mr. Jung took a deep breath. Just so you understand, in all my 20 years of teaching, no one has ever allowed themselves to talk to me like that. I just can't believe I find myself picking on someone. It's crazy. Mr. Shin looked at Hee-won. Awkward situation. Hee-won walked out of school after finishing all the lessons. Miss Jung. Oh, it's you, Mr. Shin. Thank you for intervening. I'm sorry I didn't thank you for that right away. I was a little shocked by the situation. No need to thank me. It's good that it ended well. It's okay. Let's just forget what happened today. I've noticed that lately it's getting harder and harder for me to contain my emotions. Miss Jung. Yes. Dare I ask if you have a lover? What? If not, then I'd like to take you out to dinner with me tonight. Oh, thank you for the offer. So Si-hoon was right after all about Mr. Shin being in love with me. Actually, I'm already seeing someone. Really? Excuse me. I probably shouldn't have asked you that. That's okay. Thanks for inviting me to the restaurant though. Mr. Sheen was very uncomfortable. Well, I'll be going then. Mr. Sheen, I hope so. Hee-won. Someone shouted the name loudly. What? Really? Why is he drawing so much attention to himself? What is he doing? Oh, isn't that the chairman? Is it just me, or is he calling you, Miss Jung? Wait, so the person you're in a relationship with is Chairman Kang? I'm sorry, I have to go. Bye. Have a good evening, Mr. Shin. God, he's really lost his mind. He just set me up. And why does he keep waving now? What's he doing? Why is he running toward me? Well, don't come here. Stay where you are. Said in her head Hee-won. Hee-won hit her foot on the stone on the road. Ow, it hurts. Do Jung Kang managed to catch Hee-won, who almost fell down. Oh, what a romantic moment. Viewers, you have to like it if you think so too. Wow, are they making a movie? Have you forgotten that you're pregnant? I hope you won't be so negligent in the future. Hey, I'm embarrassed. Let go, please. Everyone's looking at us. Okay, but who's the guy? Ha ha ha. Hee-won picked up Do Jung Kang and threw him in the car. That's a really funny moment. Do Jung Kang is shocked by what just happened. Why did you shout my name so loudly? And why did you wave at me for so long? Everyone knows you at school. Why did you do that? Oh, I actually forgot about that for a moment. I'm sorry about what happened. How could you forget about it? How? Hee-won, I'm sorry again. Okay, but it was horrible. Tell me, who's the man who was walking next to you? That's Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin? And what were you talking to him about? The point is, he helped me out on a case, so I thought I'd pay him back. Looking at you too, you'd think you were having more than just a friendly conversation. Don't get any ideas. He just asked me if I had a lover, and I told him I did. That's all. Seriously? Why did he even ask? Do Jung Kang, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He was just asking. The strange thing is that he asked that question specifically to you. Look, I don't know how Mr. Shin feels about me. You know, I'm not so ugly that men aren't interested in me at all. Do you understand? I already know that, because I've been in a similar situation myself. He said it so calmly to my face. Remember our deal? I asked you to remain faithful to me until you made a final decision. Yes, I remember. That's why I told Mr. Shin I was seeing someone. But I didn't say I was seeing you. Dating someone, I see. Do Jung Kang started the car and drove. So where are we going? I think it's about time we had some tteokbokki. What? Excuse me? Tteokbokki? Look, why did you even write that on your math test? You know our teacher. That old grouch just got mad about it. I didn't know he didn't understand humor. What can I say? You're good. Wait, where's Daewoo Sunba and your bike? Your precious Daewoo is at a science club meeting, and I'm going to break my bike. What for? Why would you break your bike? And as far as I know, meetings are on Wednesdays. Maybe on Wednesdays, maybe not. I don't really care about that. What? Why are there so many people here? Hey, what happened here? Hey, Rani, you won't believe this. A few minutes ago, Miss Jung was being held by some guy. It was amazing. What? My teacher? Yes. God, tell me all the details. I need to know as much as I can about this situation. Anyway, listen to what happened. Discuss the situation in question. Oh, come on, seriously? Holy crap. I never imagined I'd ever get to see Ms. Jung like that. Oh, I wish I had seen it with my own eyes. Hey, girls, why are you still here? Hello. You should all go home now. I'll see you guys on Monday. Looks like someone's looking in love eyes. Come with me. Mr. Lee, wait. Hi, Rani. Mr. Lee, I wanted to thank you for what you did in the teacher's lounge. It's nothing. Are you girls going home? No, we wanted to stop by the learning center. Oh, that's cool. Well, before you go there, let me buy you some tteokbokki to cheer you up. Wow, really? I don't want tteokbokki. I'm fine without tteokbokki. Oh, come on. I'm sure you don't have anything else to do today. It's not that. I'm just not hungry. Shit. I forgot the test sheets at school. What? If I don't fix this problem, I'm totally screwed. I'll be right back. Wait for me, okay? And if you try to f me over, I'll hate you. No, wait. Oh, she's so fast after all. She never listens to anyone and does what she wants. Just stand in silence. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Would it be right if I left first? Si-hoon, you seem to be quite close to Miss Jang, is that right? Yes, that's right. But you know, I think you're just as close to her. Yeah, we went to college together after all. Yeah, I know that. Si-hoon, I understand she trusts you very much. In confidence, I've seen you two talking to each other many times. I wouldn't say very often. Oh, really? There's another pause in the conversation and complete silence. I don't think it's necessary to put much pressure on Si-hoon to know more about Hee-won. I hope that you will support her morally, because it's not easy for her lately. Oh, you know too? What? Did she tell you that too? No, not really. It's just that I ran into her once at an antenatal clinic. I see. Women's health clinic. So you're Mr. Lee? What do you mean? Well, Miss Jones' boyfriend. What? What makes you think that? No, it's not me. We've been helping each other out a lot since college, but we're not in that kind of relationship. Oh, I get it. Mr. Lee, then who do you think the father is? Oh, did she just say father of the child? Mr. Lee, do you happen to know who she's dating? Haha, of course I do. I told you we're pretty close and we have no secrets from each other. Both of you. Yes, both. That's weird. If he said that, then Miss Jung's boyfriend is clearly not Uncle Do-jun, but I always thought he really liked her. Then she should be getting married soon. Oh, I guess so. I feel sorry for my uncle, the maternity clinic and the baby's father. Seriously? Hee-won, did you get pregnant by accident? Oh, there's Ra-ni. Mr. Lee, I hope that what you and I just talked about stays between us, and you won't talk about it in front of Ra-ni, okay? Because if she finds out about it, word will spread very quickly. No problem. I got you. Hey, why is this place locked? I was sure they couldn't be closed at this hour. Maybe they're renovating. It's a pretty good place. I'm very disappointed. Let's find somewhere else. Yeah, I guess we'll have to. I don't understand. What's this all about? I know that you like tteokbokki. That's why I ordered them. But how are we going to manage all this? By the way, why aren't there any other customers here? Don't tell me you rented the whole place. That's exactly what you did at the movie theater. Yes, that's right. Situations like that make me feel extremely uncomfortable. And how did he even know that I like tteokbokki? Oh, I certainly like tteokbokki a lot, but well, never mind. Hee-won started eating tteokbokki. But you can tell by her look that something is stressing her out. Hee-won, I can see that you don't like something. Just tell me what it is. What's not to like when the whole cafe is rented? Then why are you holding your chopsticks like you want to shut me up with them? That's not true. That's just your fantasy. I don't think so. Hee-won, just tell me exactly what's wrong. Maybe I did something wrong. I'm only saying this because you keep asking me every time. Let's agree that you won't rent any more buildings for us to hang out in, okay? I don't understand why you have to show me how rich you are. You're making others uncomfortable, including me. Many students come to this cafe, and they will be very sad when they see that the cafe is closed and they can't buy food. But I'm sure you've never thought about that, Mr. Vice President, have you? It's not really so. I don't think about it at all. I wanted to buy you tteokbokki here, and I was told that this place has the best tteokbokki. What's going on with him today? He's making my heart beat faster. Maybe it's that. Is he better than I thought he was before? Hee-won, tell it like it is. If you don't like what I'm doing, then make a decision. That way we can date freely. No, he's still the same. I guess he only has one goal, which is to make a happy family for due July, and the main goal is to get married. But these tteokbokki, they are incredibly delicious. Do-jung Kang doesn't eat, but just watches Hee-won eat the tteokbokki. Who knows what Do-jung is thinking right now? In the back seat, there are bags of tteokbokki that they haven't eaten, and Hee-won asked them to put them in bags and take them with them. The smell in the car is saturated with food. Spicy and fragrant smells. Not bad. Hee-won was offended at Do-jung for not having to throw away such good food. Oh, she's very adorable at times like this. Do-jung hoped she would be pleased, but his hopes were dashed. But he really enjoyed watching Hee-won eat tteokbokki. It was cute in its own way. Do-jung didn't want to take her home right after lunch. That's why he drove in the opposite direction from her house. Haha, pretty sneaky. Usually she doesn't ask him where they're going or what they're going to do today. But today, Hee-won was very quiet. It felt like she was in her own different world. They had a very long drive to where they could watch the sunset. and there was a cozy silence in the car. After a while, they are sitting in one of the resting places and sipping coffee. Do-jung Kang says that it's been almost a month, but he still has a small memory. He still remembers the way he touched her soft skin, and also her lips. He specifies that every time he looks at her lips, he wants to kiss her. Do-jung says that when Hee-won touches his lips, he feels a surge of emotion, as if he were still a teenager. He feels an incredible desire for Hee-won. He has a hard time figuring out why that is. Do-jung says that when he suddenly decided to marry Hee-won after hearing about Do-jul, he believed it was just his strong sense of responsibility. However, now he cannot say for sure whether he wants to marry Hee-won just for Do-jul, or is it because he wants to keep her near him. He cannot understand himself. The bottom line is that this is the first time in Do-jung's life that he has fallen so hard in love, and the first time he has been rejected in this way. Parked his car in the parking lot, put the car on the handbrake, looked at Hee-won, and she's already sweet asleep. It's nice, isn't it? Do-jung thinks she's uncomfortable. Unbuckled his seatbelt. Also unbuckled her seatbelt. Looked at her again. Hee-won woke up. Oh, what a look Hee-won has. Do-jung keeps looking into her eyes. He asks, "Can I kiss you?" Do-jung said that if Hee-won said nothing before he counted to 3, it would mean consent for him. 1, 2. Hee-won didn't seem to expect this development. Oh, what a romantic moment, don't you think? They keep kissing. And they're still kissing. They're so cute. Evening romance in the car, not bad. They seem to stop kissing. But Hee-won reached out to Do-jung herself to kiss him again. Wow! Unexpectedly, Hee-won took the initiative herself. The phone rang. Hee-won said, "Excuse me?" Do-jung answered that someone was calling. "And you have to answer it," Hee-won said. Do-jung would love to answer, but it's Hee-won's phone vibrating. Hee-won was very surprised. "Hey love, someone is calling you and very persistently. It's probably an important call," Do-jung said. "Ha ha ha." Do-jung gave Hee-won an ultimatum. Said that if she wasn't going to answer the call, he was fine with that too. She said she would answer right away, clacking on the phone screen. She is quite puzzled. "Yes? Hee-won, hi, it's me." Her father called and she asked him what happened. He reminded her that she had to be somewhere tomorrow, and she said she remembered and asked not to worry about it. He asked if Ji-won had contacted her because she hadn't come home from school after morning classes and wasn't answering her phone. Her father had a fight with Ji-won yesterday, to which Hee-won responded that Ji-won was going through puberty and asked him to be gentle with her because of that. He asked Hee-won if maybe he should get a divorce since he has a lot of different thoughts in his head about it. Memories from Hee-won's childhood. Her father asks her to say hello to the woman he is going to marry. He asks if he should get married. Hee-won keeps talking to her father on the phone. Tells him not to think about divorce as it would be rude to the woman he married. When Hee-won was 6 years old, her father introduced her to a woman she had never met before. He told her that he was going to marry her. This woman said she was going to go to the bathroom. The father replied, "Okay." At that moment, Hee-won was not very happy about the encounter. Her father asked her, "Should I just not get married?" Hee-won asked her father if he would be happier if he married this woman. He replied that doing so would make him happier. She doesn't really remember exactly what emotions she experienced at that moment, but she believed that her father would visit her more often if he were happy. Hee-won told her father that he should do things that would make him happy. Father stroked little Hee-won's head with his hand. The father liked what his daughter advised him. He thanked Hee-won for his understanding. She was immensely happy for making her father happier. What she did not realize was that her answer made no difference to him. The thing is, that girl was already pregnant at that time. But Hee-won was too young to realize it. Regardless of what Hee-won wanted, her father was already completely focused on his new family. Once her mother said, her father already had a lot of love. It is sad to realize that little Hee-won's hopes were not realized. Her father hardly ever came to see her. In the end, Hee-won accepted her father's second marriage as a natural course of events. Nothing has changed since then. Her father asked how Hee-won was doing, if everything was okay. She said she was fine and had to go. She said she'd see her tomorrow, bye. Apparently, Hee-won wasn't very happy about her father's call. It felt like he wasn't too interested in her opinion even now. Do Jung asked who called her. She said her father called. He also asked if her parents lived far away. Her parents divorced when she was 4 years old. And after that, her mother lived alone, and her father is getting married for the 3rd time tomorrow. She told him that she has 2 younger half-sisters, and her father can't reach the younger one now. Hee-won apologized to Do Jung for needing to call her younger sister now. Jae-won answered Hee-won's call. When asked, "Where are you?" Ji-won said she was outside Hee-won's apartment. She was surprised that Jae-won had not called her and warned her. Although she was going to call, Hee-won beat her to it and called earlier. Ji-won said that she was at the playground outside 103rd house. Hee-won asked her to stay where she was and was coming to see her now. Hee-won told Do Jung that she had to go and unbuckled her seatbelt. Closed the car door. She felt exhausted. Yes, that's reality. Although she was beginning to hope again, she thinks about being alone after all. Someone called out to her and shouted Hee-won. It was Do Jung Kang who asked her where the playground was. He walked up to Hee-won. She said she would take the bags from him. To which he asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Hee-won insistently asked him for bags of tteokbokki. Do Jun noticed that her lips were slightly swollen. She was surprised. Do Jun smiled slightly sweetly. If he knew she would be so upset, but he wouldn't let her answer the phone. Hee-won became sad again. Just stands silently and is sad. She didn't tell him that she was sad and didn't even show it on her face. And when she talked about herself, she certainly didn't do it in a neutral tone. Hee-won doesn't understand why Do Jung thinks she's upset. She also doesn't understand how he knew how she felt before she knew it herself. It got dark outside and it was evening. Hee-won returned home. Her sister shouted admiringly, "Wow!" She was in pleasant shock at how expensive Do Jun's card looked and said that Hee-won shouldn't miss it. Hee-won asked her to put the card down and start eating. Hee-won still can't believe she will ever see Dahan's vice president. She hinted that he could be Hyun-bu for her. Hyun-bu is the son-in-law, that is, the husband of the older sister, to which Hee-won replied that don't think about it yet. But that doesn't mean things can change, Ji-won said, adding that Hyun-bu liked that she called him that. A little before they entered the apartment, Hee-won introduced Do Jung to Jae-won. His sister called Do Jung a Josie. A Josie is a middle-aged uncle or man. Do Jung said that he was not a Josie. Ji-won asked what she should call Do Jun then. Maybe Hyun-bu. Ji-won started calling Do Jun Hyun-bu. Do Jun started calling Ji-won Choj. Hyoj is the sister-in-law. This is so confusing. Hee-won smiled sweetly and muttered to herself that she should have said no to Do Jun when he asked to introduce him. Ji-won says that she will have a day off soon because of her school anniversary. She plans to go to her Hyum's company and ask them to repay her for lunch. Crazy how serious her plans are, haha. Hee-won didn't like it and said that Do Jun is not Hyun-bu and was outraged that her sister wanted to go to his company. The younger sister also said that Do Jun had alerted the guards and that she could come whenever she wanted. Hee-won got a little angry and warned that she shouldn't go there, reminded her that more importantly, Ji-won had a fight with her father. She asked why there was a conflict. Was it because her father decided to get married? Ji-won said Ani. Ani refers to an older sister, but it is also used to refer to a close older female person. I feel like my dad betrayed me. I know he has his own life, but he was so broken after his mother died. How could he do that? At the meal, where he first introduced me to her, he put some of his food on her plate. He kept going around her and telling her she needed to eat more. As I watched what he was doing, I felt. At this point, Ji-won cried. It hasn't even been 2 years yet. How could his love have gone cold so quickly? You know how long Dad was around Mom in the hospital? Hee-won thought in her head. How could I not know? Dad is the kind of person who will love even a cockroach. You see, he had a lot of love to share. Sure, it's not always a good thing, but I don't think it's a bad thing either. How can it not be a bad thing? I have to live together with him and this woman. It's not a bad thing, it's just uncomfortable. Didn't you say last time that she was a good person? Yes, but, Ji-won, just because Dad shows his affection for another woman doesn't mean he doesn't love our mom anymore. Same goes for me, you, and Jun-won. I bet Dad still has feelings for my mom too. What? That's just the kind of person Dad is. At least Dad takes responsibility for his feelings. You should give him credit. You might even say that maintaining a good relationship between you and me is a testament to that. But I thought it would end badly for Dad and Mom. But that doesn't mean that they didn't love each other in the past. Ji-won asked a question. When Daddy told you about his decision to get married again, did you feel betrayed or something? Well, I was too young to think about that kind of thing or have those feelings. We don't have many memories in common. That's true. Oh wow, did you clean out the whole restaurant? Look at all this food. Hyungboo bought all this food for you. This guy is unbelievable. Ji-won says he's going to eat all the food. So, I know he was just supporting the theme. But do you think Hyunboo will really show up at the wedding tomorrow? You see, he's a busy man. Hyewon, I really don't think he'll come. Hyunboo is a handsome man after all. Stop calling him Hyunboo. There's music and people around. Oh, there he is. I assumed you were a busy man. Hyunwoo. Hyewon covered her mouth with Ji-won's hand. You tell Hyunboo and you'll regret it. Got it? Ji-won understands everything and nods her head. Hyewon runs very quickly to do Jumcom. Hi, Hyewon. She grabs his hand. We need to talk. What am I supposed to do with him? Oh, Hyewon, I'm so happy to see you. Ah, Como, are you doing well? Como is a reference to her aunt on her father's side or her father's sister. Yes, I'm fine, Como answered. However, I have one little question for you. Who is your beautiful companion? Ah, well, you know. Nice to meet you, I'm Hyewon's boyfriend. What? Hyewon thought. Geez, what is he saying to my Como? Did you say boyfriend? Come with me. Great, now she's going to introduce him to all the relatives. Appa, this is Hyewon's boyfriend. Hello, come over here. Meet Subin Hyewon. Subin means husband. This is Hyewon's boyfriend. Hi. She introduced him to every member of the family so quickly. Kang Subin, try this. Thank you, it's quite tasty. What a healthy appetite you have. She's already calling him Kang Subin. Would you like a glass? No, thank you. I have somewhere to go after lunch. Oh my God. I hope I'm not holding up such a busy and important man. Of course not. I'm enjoying my time with you. This meeting snuck up on me today, so I'll postpone it. I'll make an appointment for another time, and then I'll gladly accept your offer of a drink. Oh, really? Do-jun, silly, haha. Can't we talk? Oh, look at you. I think you want it all to yourself. You can go. Yeah, Como, I guess we'll go. She's in a big hurry. Sounds like you need to set a wedding date quickly. It's too much. We'll share the good news soon. Kang Subin, of course, you're so convincing. Hyewon is already going crazy with this talk. I believe it. I look forward to hearing from you, Kang Subin. Yes, Como. See you later. Come on, let's go already. They went outside. Didn't you say you were sticking to your schedule and plans? I don't seem to be, from what I saw. Was I wrong about you? Are you eating well? What? You look like you've lost weight. Do you feel weak in the morning? Are you even listening to me? Why are you acting so spontaneously? I hadn't thought of that. Although yes, it looks like I'm incapable of sticking to my schedule and plans, only when it comes to you. What? Why? What? Well, I really can't answer you. Do-jun put his jacket on Hyewon. Can you please focus on what I'm trying to say? Hyewon, talk, I'm listening. From now on, I will think long and hard about it. Why am I not able to stick to the plan only when it concerns you? And why doesn't it look like it doesn't bother me at all? Hyewon is silent. Do-jung looks into her eyes. What? What's wrong with him? Si-hoon, hurry up. If you walk so slowly, we'll be late. I told you to walk forward. My feet hurt. Just go already. I can walk by myself. Si-hoon, you really don't like riding with me. Did you intentionally break the bike? And now you say that your legs hurt, even though I know that's not true. What? He's telling me I'm faking? So he knew, and that's why he bought me another bike? How much pain are you in? You know you're popular, right? If you're still in pain, then can we go to the hospital after school and see my mom? We can ask her about a warm compress or something. Forget about my feet. What kind of girls do you like? I can help you find a girl. Or don't you want to go to school with your girlfriend? The Oni you met yesterday was very nice. Is she your type? Tell me about your perfect girlfriend. I'll help you find one. Haha, my perfect girlfriend. She has short hair, big dark eyes. Also, when she wrinkles, she looks really cute. Her height is about the same as yours. Si Hong is a little confused. What? How peculiar. You like someone, don't you? I'm right, aren't I? Tell me. I'll help you. No need to be shy. Hey, Si-hoon. Hi, Radne. Hi, Si-hoon. Oh, hello, Ti-woo Sunbae. Ah, you also know Radne, my friend, right? Yes, hello. I'll go first. Okay. Oh, he's so hot. Everyone thinks he's perfect. Radne, you came all this way for him. Didn't you? No. I have some awesome news and I can't not share it. Oh, what is it? Just don't be too shocked when you hear it, okay? Yeah, okay. I heard that our homeroom teacher is pregnant. What? I can't believe it either. I'm shocked myself. She doesn't have a boyfriend. Where did you hear that? Or was the man who picked her up last time her boyfriend? But she didn't show it, didn't even look any differently or any other signs, so the rest of us think. Where did you hear that? Why are you acting this way? Answer it now. Si-hun, that's not exactly what I was told personally. I just heard the teacher talking about it on the phone. Radne, have you told anyone else about this? Ah, yes, I told Hai Min and Ma Young. Are you serious? Hold the bike. Park it for me. What? Where are you going? What's wrong? Si-hoon went running somewhere. Hey, Mr. Lee. Ah, it's you, Si-hoon. Can I talk to you? I have to go now. We can meet a little later. Just give me 5 minutes. No, 1 minute is enough. Oh, is something wrong? Can we go somewhere private to talk? Why? What's wrong that you can't talk about it here? The news is going to be all over the school soon. I don't think we need to go somewhere to talk. Mr. Lee, please don't talk about this in front of Radne. If she finds out, the rumors will spread like flames. Is it really you? What do you mean? I told you not to say anything about Miss Jung. Why did you do that? Si-hoon, the rumors are scary, isn't it? They like to be exaggerated. But anyway, it's going to be difficult to explain yourself. I'm sure you don't want to hear all the details. Well, I'll be off. I've got things to do. Go back to your class. Oh, what have I done? It's all my fault. If I hadn't said anything. Good morning, Si-hoon. Si-hoon has tears in her eyes. Miss Jung, I'm very sorry. He-won has no idea what's going on. Miss Jung, you know what's going on, right? How are you behaving at school? How could it be that there were rumors about you and they were spreading so quickly? I'm sorry. You don't even deny that the rumors are false. Okay, I'm not going to ask about the veracity of the rumors. You need to find the reason for the rumors. If they get out of the school, not only your reputation will suffer, but also the school's. You know that the prestige of the school depends on the Dahyun Foundation, right? Children from wealthy families go to this school. If it turns out that a teacher who doesn't know about sexual relationships works at the school, and parents find out about it, then you can get disciplined for immoral relations, you understand? Yes, I understand. Then you can go. He-won walked out of the principal's office and closed the door behind her. The teacher turned evil walks by. I learned something here. What a shameless woman. Rumors were spreading through the school with incredible speed. She's having a one-night stand? I heard she didn't even have a boyfriend. She got pregnant before she got married. Everywhere you go, the rumors don't stop. I can't bring myself to lie and say those rumors are lies. Not only that, I can't deny the existence of Do Jules. To resign and to quit are different things. When I told him I was going to resign, I had no idea what I was going to do next. What should I do if I resign? What am I going to do? What about Do Jules? Is there nothing I can do about the rumors? But what have I done wrong? He-won got dizzy. She was held up by Mr. Lee's arm. Ha, just in time. He-won, are you okay? Ji-hoon Lee asked He-won if she wanted to go for a walk. He said that maybe he should disband the class at the end of the day for that. She replied that she didn't mind and it would be great. He-won asked that he send Si-hoon to her office. Ji-hoon Lee didn't ask why she wanted Si-hoon, but just agreed to call Si-hoon. Hee-won seems that this situation and the way Si-hong was upset this morning had something to do with it. Hee-won is sure that it's her fault. Like, she made an irreparable mistake because of her foolish bravery. She is inclined to think that Si-hoon would hardly have spread such rumors. Apparently, something happened. Ji-hoon Lee says that Hee-won has always been cool and reserved, but she is completely different now. She was really surprised by these words. Jae-hoon Lee says that Hee-won herself asked him to stop living like a lustful bastard. She told him those horrible words and ended up embarrassing him in front of everyone. Leaning slightly toward her, Ji-hoon said in a quiet voice that if he was such a lustful bastard, at least no woman got pregnant by him. Hee-won didn't like these words and asked a question. Was it you? He replied that he just happened to make one phone call, and that if it was his fault, it was only his fault. Ji-hoon also said that there was a girl there who doesn't know what it means to keep her mouth shut, but he doesn't think Hee-won can blame him for that either. She doesn't understand why he is doing this to her. He replies that you have to give as much as you get. That's his philosophy of life. Ji-hoon recalled what Hee-won did to him in college. He was incredibly embarrassed that after that day, the rumors about him being a womanizer spread throughout the college. He couldn't go out with women in peace until he took an academic leave of absence from college. Then Jae-hoon's father advised him to lay low so as not to disgrace the family. That's why he would do anything to get even with Hee-won. He's quite happy with what he's more or less done. He really didn't think Hee-won would screw up so badly. Ji-hoon said he would disband the class at the end of the day anyway instead of Hee-won, so she can take her time and take a break. Hee-won has a droopy look. But that's no reason to despair, life goes on. He's just a little scumbag. The phone rang. Hee-won tossed the phone aside. She doesn't want to go to school at all. For the first time since she became a teacher, she was afraid to stand in front of her students. She just wanted to run away somewhere and hide from reality. At first, she thought the suggestion was inappropriate, but now she can't stop thinking about it. They have Dujol after all, and even if it isn't a loveless marriage, maybe they can be a family and live together. She taught her students diligently for almost 3 years. Hee-won was very proud, enjoying her job as a teacher. Frankly speaking, she wants to take advantage of his authority for a while so she can continue to teach a little longer. She feels like she is sinking lower and lower. Definitely, she needs to make sure it stays in her mind. She can't go through with it. Fictitious marriage. In fact, it's not just bad for Do-jung and Hee-won, but it's bad for their baby too. Ji-hoon asks Hee-won if she's going to class. All she did was remain silent. She walks into the classroom and just tries to be patient for a little while. She says hello to all the students, starts voicing the topic of today's lesson. At this point, a lady enters the classroom and asks who Mrs. Jang is here. Hee-won says that Miss Jung is she and asks who the mistress is. The mistress was surprised that Hee-won didn't know her. This madam turned out to be Lee Ken-soo's mother. Ken-soo? Hee-won said that she didn't know the reason why Lee Ken-soo's mother came here. But there's a class going on now, and it would be appropriate if she waited for a while. She was very perturbed by this. She said she couldn't just sit and watch a teacher like Hee-won teach her child. Hee-won became embarrassed by the situation. Madam said she wanted to continue the conversation in the principal's office and grabbed Hee-won's arm. The students are watching what is going on. Madame continues to pull on Hee-won's hand. Of course, it would be better if they left the classroom. Hee-won asks Mr. Lee to continue the lesson in her place. Next, Hee-won already pulled Mistress by the hand toward the exit of the auditorium. The whole class immediately started whispering. They walked out into the school corridor. Madame was outraged at what Hee-won was doing. Hee-won decided that the right thing to do for now was just to apologize. Eventually, she apologized for causing so much trouble. Mistress replied that Miss Jung was a teacher and she could not keep her personal life outside the walls of the school. She added that now rumors about Miss Jung had begun to spread throughout the school. She was outraged that Hee-won had the nerve to come back to school. She says that she wants Hee-won to go with her to the principal's office because there is nothing more to discuss in the school hallway. She also adds that she will not allow Miss Jung to continue teaching the children, as if nothing had happened after that. Hee-won asked Ms. Jang to keep her voice down, as lessons were now in progress. She again became indignant and said, "How dare Miss Jung tell her?" Si-hong heard this conversation and that they went to the principal's office. Si-hong decided to call Samkin. Samkin means uncle. She said that he should help Miss Jang. In the principal's office, Miss reminded the principal that Ken-su's father is the CEO, and he is very interested in the development of this school. The principal said he understood and respected Ken-su's father. The madam clarified that Ken-su's father has a lot on his plate and does not have time for such problems. She asked the school principal what he was going to do about the situation. He began to explain that he did not yet know how the rumors had spread, and at this point, the mistress interrupted him and said that she was not interested in how the rumors had spread. The principal clarified that it was necessary to find out if there was any truth to it. Mistress said that the source of all the trouble is Miss Jung, who is standing next to them. The principal asked Hee-won if she had anything to say. And is everything said about her earlier true? She remembered what she had been told earlier, that if the students' parents found out, Hee-won would receive serious disciplinary action for immoral behavior. Hee-won began to apologize for the rumors about her because it was bad for the students. She stated that she was ready to write her resignation letter, but on one condition. She would like to take a leave of absence because the sudden departure of the class teacher might cause some misunderstanding of the students. Mistress did not like the fact that Miss Jung was talking a lot. The principal reiterated, "Are the rumors about Miss Jung true?" Hee-won asked the question, "Why do you care so much whether it is true or not?" She added that the main purpose of Miss Jung coming here was that she was worried about her son's studies, and that is what needs to be the focus. Mistress was angered by what Hee-won said. She appealed to the principal that she could not sit still knowing that Miss Jung was teaching her son. The principal asked Madam to calm down. Mistress threatened the principal that her husband might find out about this conflict. She clarified that her husband is very much invested in the development of this school. At this point, the door to the principal's office opens. Do Jun Kang enters in his own person. He saw that Hee-won was in the office. She didn't expect to see him here now. The director is totally shocked. Said what an unexpected surprise that Chairman Kang decided to visit the school. Do Jun asked the principal what happened. The principal asked him to sit down first so he could tell him what the problem was. Do Jun took a small step toward Hee-won and asked if she was okay. Madam and the principal were discouraged. Do Jung also said that Hee-won had told him earlier that she wasn't feeling well. She said, "What are you doing?" Whispers to her to play along with him. She was surprised but agreed. Do Jun asked his secretary Lee to call a board meeting at this woman's request and adjust his schedule. The secretary clarified that the schedule was full until the end of May. He was surprised but asked if it would be difficult to adjust the schedule one more time. Do Jun took Hee-won by the hand, said the wedding was scheduled for April and Secretary Lee already had a hard time squeezing our wedding into the schedule. Hee-won is shocked. And not only Hee-won is shocked, the director is also shocked when he hears about the wedding. Do-jun realized that Hee-won probably hasn't told anyone about the wedding yet. He asked her to tell everyone about the wedding since the rumors had already started to spread in the school, but apparently she thought that the other teachers would be uncomfortable if she married the chairman. He added that she was so caring. The principal is still shocked and asked Chairman Kang that he and Miss Jung are together. Yoo-jun said that Miss Jung wanted to keep our relationship a secret and that she liked being a teacher. So she was worried that our marriage might have negatively affected her work at school. It was as if the principal had been switched and said that the wedding would in no way negatively affect Ms. Jang's work at the school. In fact, he would be happy if Chairman Kang's future wife would continue to work at the school. But Mr. Khan is quite upset that some rumors ruined their plans. And he's also unhappy that Hee-won has been looking depressed because of these rumors for 2 days now. The director is discouraged and tries to do something about the situation. The director lied when he said that he was going to investigate to find out who spread these horrible rumors. Chairman Khan said it didn't have to be done, but the principal insists on getting to the bottom of everything. He assures that he will find the culprit and make sure this doesn't happen again. Do-jun says that since the principal insists on it, let him do as he sees fit. He also added that he was very interested. Why does this woman want to call a board meeting? She started to talk about why she decided to call a board meeting. But at one point she was interrupted by Do-jun and asked a question. I hope you didn't want to call the meeting because of Hee-won? He added that he didn't want to eavesdrop. But because Madam's voice was quite loud, he did hear something of the conversation, and he thought he heard something about Daesun Corporation. It turned out to be the company that had contracted with Dahan Electronics in February. Its estimated value is $70 million, and the company is in the power transformer field, and it is very dependent on the company that Do Jum Kang runs. Madam apologized to Hee-won and said that apparently there had been some kind of misunderstanding. Hee-won said there was no need to apologize, and Do Jum Kang asked her if she was sure there was no need for an apology. He put his arms around her face and asked if her feelings were hurt, since it happened in front of her students. Hee-won replied that it was okay. Madam apologized again and said that she was very concerned about her son's studies, adding that she had been too hasty with her conclusions. Hee-won once again asked her to stop apologizing and raise her head. Do Jum Kang still didn't like what happened earlier. He said that there was nothing more to discuss. Asked the school principal if he could take Hee-won with him, if that was okay with him. Since she is very tired to teach lessons, he would like to talk to her alone. The school principal, of course, was okay with that. Hee-won thinks that a wedding in April is impossible because April is just around the corner. What's more, she resented the fact that Do Jum Kang decides when to have the wedding himself and doesn't ask her opinion on anything at all. But Do Jun replied that if Hee-won didn't want him to interfere, then she wouldn't let the rumor situation get out of hand. Hee-won apologized for taking up his time. Now she doesn't know what she should do because of his anger over it. Do Jun wasn't really angry about it. He asked Hee-won who is he to her. He asked her to share her problems with him, so he wouldn't find out about Hee-won's problems from his niece. Hee-won decided to explain this by saying that Do Jung is always busy, and she didn't want to distract him from important things. Do Jum didn't like it because it was as if Hee-won was drawing a line between them every time and acting like a stranger to him. He reminded her not to act like she committed some big sin and then stand with her head down in the principal's office. If there's a problem, you have to tell me first. Hee-won replied that she didn't ask Do Jung to come to school, and if he hadn't come, he wouldn't have seen the scene. Do Jun was outraged by this. He couldn't just turn a blind eye to it because it was a concern for his child and the child's mother. Hee-won didn't know what to answer. Do Jun is indeed a very powerful man and also very responsible, but it was only one night, Hee-won said. She also said that Do Jun didn't know who she was at all, wasn't interested in her life, and was only doing her father's duties. Do Jun was silent in response. For Hee-won, none of this is easy at all. It is very hard for her to be with Do Jun, and she is not comfortable. At this point, she cried. Do Jun tried to calm Hee-won down and said that he wasn't angry with her at all. Hee-won started to cry even harder at that moment. Do Jun hugged her. He apologized to her for getting angry and asked her to stop crying. Hee-won was simply offended. She asked why he was comforting her. After all, he doesn't even know how long she tried to hold back her tears. Hee-won keeps crying. Do Jung once again asked her to stop crying and continue talking. She embarrassedly apologized for staining her costume with her tears. He replied that it was nothing and there was no need to worry about it. Hee-won stopped crying. She offered to take the jacket to her house to wash it. He's not sure that's a good idea, since that jacket is expensive and can't be washed so easily. But he suggested another option. Do Jung asked Hee-won if she would marry him. She didn't expect such a question. She didn't understand what a suit could have to do with marriage. He replied that costume and marriage are quite related. For Hee-won, it's kind of strange. She thought Do Jun was just teasing her. She asked why he liked teasing her so much. He's just interested in having fun teasing Hee-won. But this is the first time for her to be told this. Do Jun asked to say something to him now. She didn't understand and clarified what exactly needs to be said. The question is still the same. Why doesn't she want to marry Do Jun? Yes, maybe they don't love each other. But after all, things can change after marriage. Hee-won just kept silent with her eyes down. She's actually really scared. She's really worried that it won't work out. Yes, she knows it will be better for their baby Do Jul, but she's not sure it will be better for her and Do Jun. Do Jun asked not to worry and to trust him. He will do his best to make it as easy for her as possible. And he asked her to marry him in April. Do Jun said that there was no need to worry about anything else. He assured her that he would do even more than she thought possible. It's all about getting her to say yes. After that, he kissed her on the forehead. They looked into each other's eyes for some time, but Hee-won closed her eyes a little later. It seemed to him that she wasn't ready to give an answer yet. But Do-jun insists. He said that if she said nothing in the next 3 seconds, he would take her silence as consent. Hee-won is outraged by this, but Do-jun begins the countdown. She asked him to stop. There was a sudden kiss. A romantic setting in the car. A little time passed and Hee-won returned home. She is in shock from today, or rather from what happened in Do-jun's car. She can't believe she agreed to marry him. On reflection, she thought that maybe it's not so bad to marry someone who kisses her every day. But after a few seconds, she started wrinkling her face with her hands and didn't understand how she could even think of such a thing. She decided she'd had enough of thinking about it. Earlier, Do-jun told Hee-won to stop feeling scared, but it's very difficult for her. She thinks that such a marriage has a better chance of failing than succeeding. She hasn't told Do-jun no, and apparently doesn't plan to back down. But there's a but. At this point, suddenly, Min-wook walks into Hee-won's room. He thought she looked terrible and seemed to have something going on. Really, what could have happened to make her look like that? I think everyone already guessed that. She was outraged that he broke into someone else's room. He replied that he called her on the phone, but she didn't answer. After all, Hee-won could have just fallen asleep and not heard the phone ring or been busy at all. He said he found out she left work early. Min-wook thought she was sick. He paid attention to her eyes. He asked if she had been crying. Hee-won replied that she had not cried. She threatened him that she would bite him if he touched her. Haha, that's so cute. Min-wook was a little offended at Hee-won for her acting like that to him. He was just worried about her after all. He told her to go wash her face, and there's a delicious chicken waiting for her in the kitchen. He bought it especially for her. Hee-won, stop soaring. Come on, get back to normal, especially since there's a chicken waiting for you on the table. She asked Min-wook where Mai-ran was. He said that her family meeting had been delayed. She will be here soon. Hee-won was surprised by this because Mai-ran didn't say anything to her about the family reunion. Hee-won almost blabbed about Mai-ran's parents apparently forcing her to go on a date. She started to get out of the situation, but Min-wook heard about the blind date. She asked if he knew about it. He asked to change the subject to something else. Min-wook asked why Hee-won was crying. She replied that she wasn't crying. Then he said that she should do something about her puffy eyes before she lied to him. She offered to talk about him, not her eyes. He wondered what was wrong with him. Hee-won is amazed that Min-wook still lets Mai-ran go on blind dates. He was thoughtfully silent, opened the can of drink, and said he was getting ready. It begs the question, what exactly is he preparing for? He replied that he was preparing to stand confidently in front of Mai-ran's father. Now, Hee-won made it clear. He asked her how prepared he had to be a good son-in-law. Hee-won replied that he was already good enough. He liked Hee-won's answer and said that she was a pretty good judge of character. It's amazing that Min-wook has already started to think about such things. Before, Hee-won would have been heard about this kind of talk. Apparently, it's because she has Do-jun now, and it doesn't hurt her as much to hear such things now. Min-wook decided to ask Hee-won again. So why was she crying? She remarked that Min-wook was too stubborn. She said she was getting married in April. Min-wook almost choked on his drink when he heard that Hee-won was getting married in April. It shocked him beyond belief. Min-wook really startled Hee-won with his reaction. He asked back and forth about who exactly she was getting married to. Is it Do-jun or someone else? He was glad to hear that it was Do-jun. He also said that since the wedding is next April, she will have time to recover from childbirth. But she meant that the wedding is next month in April. Min-wook is shocked. He thought Hee-won was crazy because there was too little time left. She replied that it just so happened. Min-wook didn't understand why it happened that way. After all, marriage is no joke. He doesn't understand how they can get married in a few days. And who decided that? Min-wook assumed that it was the child's father's decision. But Hee-won replied that it wasn't his fault. It's just such a situation. Min-wook wondered what kind of situation it was that she decided to get married as if she was going to dinner with someone. Hee-won didn't know what to answer him. At that moment, Mai-ran came back and asked what they were doing here. Hee-won began to say that they weren't doing anything, and Min-wook suggested that Mai-ran sit down and hear some very important information. Mai-ran said that she needed to change first and let them continue to chat. Hee-won guesses that Min-wook and Mai-ran need to talk in private, so she will go to her room. Min-wook warns Hee-won not to think that she has managed to avoid the conversation. Hee-won replied to Min-wook to mind his own business, and she would mind her own business. Hee-won told Mai-ran that she is getting married in April and added that she wants her to catch her bridal bouquet. Mai-ran is discouraged by the information about Hee-won's wedding. Mai-ran doesn't understand why Hee-won is telling her about the wedding so suddenly. She replied that she would explain it later and warned that if she and Min-wook are going to fight, do it quietly. Hee-won left the room and closed the door behind her. She exhaled deeply. Hee-won concluded that it was time to say goodbye to her unrequited love, and it is also time to say goodbye to the desire for mutual love and to the envy of her friend who just happened to get that love. And as a woman who is about to marry, she must say goodbye to these feelings. She sat down on the edge of the bed, and afterwards she fell onto the bed thinking about many things. Day by day, she begins to forget about Min-wook, and she seems close to forgetting for good. And now, Hee-won wants to sleep. The next day at school, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Si-hong and Ra-nee walk down the school corridor. Ra-nee looks depressed. Si-hong asked Ra-nee to stop and start behaving normally. She said, "Okay, I'll stop." Things got better at school. That afternoon, the school principal made an announcement and asked the students to stop spreading rumors. It seems that Ra-nee was called to the principal's office and given a warning. Si-hong doesn't know what happened to the teacher practitioner, but Miss Jang came the next day and continued to teach her class as if nothing had happened. Everything seemed to fall into place, but except for the friendship between Chae-hong and Ra-nee. It is not clear to Si-hong why Ra-nee is behaving this way, since they did not even quarrel. Ra-nee said that she felt guilty. Si-hong thinks that everything is her fault, but for some reason Ra-nee blames herself. She also added that nothing could be done about Ra-nee being such a chatterbox. Ra-nee responded by calling Si-hong a creeper. Ra-nee grabbed Si-hong's hand and told her that she would be with her. Si-hong didn't understand where Ra-nee was dragging her. She replied that they were going to the soccer field, all because something happened on the soccer field between Da-woo and the teacher practitioner. Si-hong was shocked by what she heard. The ball flew past Mr. Lee very quickly, almost hitting him. He wasn't expecting that. It turned out that it was Da-woo who kicked the ball, and through his carelessness almost hit Mr. Lee's face with the ball. He'd apologized for the incident and said he would aim better next time. He asked if he scared Mr. Lee. He apologized again. He and his friend decided to go on playing with the ball. Mr. Lee did not say a word in response and just stood silently watching. Apparently, he was puzzled about something and didn't care at all about what had just happened on the playground. On the soccer field, the guys are playing ball, and Si-hong and Ra-nee are sitting on the steps. Ra-nee thinks Da-woo is good even at soccer. They wondered if Da-woo and Mr. Lee play on different teams. Si-hong and Ra-nee don't understand why Da-woo and Mr. Lee chose soccer. They feel like it's like some kind of teenage drama. Ra-nee heard earlier that Da-woo himself asked Mr. Lee to play soccer. The strange thing is, are they that close already? The important thing to consider is that Mr. Lee only teaches sophomores. Then what happened between them? Ra-nee was surprised that Si-hong really doesn't understand why on earth Da-woo wanted this match. Ra-nee said with a slight smirk that this match was necessary to punish. Si-hong doesn't understand what Ra-nee is talking about. The thing is, that morning when Si-hoon ran away, Da-woo asked Ra-nee about what had happened, and she just told him everything in detail. Oh, at that moment, Da-woo was ready as if to roast someone to a crisp. Si-hoon remarked that Ra-nee doesn't know Da-woo at all, since he's usually not like that. Ra-nee is shocked that she now understands everything. Oh my gosh! She thinks that Da-woo is in love with Si-hoon. Si-hoon immediately began to deny this information, but Ra-nee is 100% sure that it's true. She also added that if it wasn't Si-hong, she wouldn't have given Dae-woo up for anything. But since it's just Si-hong, Ra-ne is ready to give up. Si-hoon seems to think that Ra-ne is talking nonsense. And at that very moment, it's as if Ra-ne was electrocuted again. She noted Dae-woo's incredible punch, but the ball went straight into Mr. Lee's face. Unbelievable. What's happening on the soccer field right now? Whoa! Mr. Lee swung slightly, and the ball flew into the soccer goal. Dae-woo's team is happy to have scored a goal. Ra-ne didn't expect Mr. Lee to get hit in the face with the ball. Mr. Lee seems to be in a little pain. Blood began to drip from his nose. Dae-woo ran up to Mr. Lee and asked if he was okay. He thought Mr. Lee could dodge the ball. He was really sorry about what happened. Mr. Lee thought Dae-woo did it on purpose. Dae-woo was surprised and asked Mr. Lee, "So why would I do that?" Of course he didn't do it on purpose, but Mr. Lee remarked that he must have realized when Dae-woo kept kicking the ball in his direction the whole time. Mr. Lee remembered that Dae-woo is the guy who comes to school in the mornings with Si-hong. He thinks it's because of her. He started to make claims about why Dae-woo was doing all this. What is it for? But Dae-woo doesn't understand what Mr. Lee is talking about. Dae-woo asks Mr. Lee if he has done something bad to Si-hun. He replied that no, he didn't do anything wrong. But a fool who takes advantage of students to pull something off can't be a teacher. Mr. Lee didn't expect Dae-woo to call him a fool and was very indignant. But Dae-woo was surprised that Mr. Lee could be offended by it. Mr. Lee grabbed Dae-woo by the shirt. Dae-woo asked if Mr. Lee was sure he wanted to do that, since there is a crowd of students at the school looking at them right now. They don't understand what just happened between Dae-woo and Mr. Lee, but they are actively whispering. Dae-woo has noticed that now it looks like Mr. Lee is like a pathetic loser, angry at Dae-woo because he lost in a soccer game. A classmate ran up to Dae-woo and wondered what had happened. Mr. Lee quickly began to say that nothing had happened. At that moment, Dae-woo turned to the guys. He decided to lie a little and teach Mr. Lee a lesson. He announced to the whole crowd that since Mr. Lee lost, he would buy everyone a burger. Everyone got excited and said that Mr. Lee was the best. They wondered where the burgers would be ordered from. Dae-woo answered that Mr. Lee would order from Burger Queen. The thing is, Burger Queen has very expensive burgers, so Mr. Lee will have to splurge. Mr. Lee is not happy with what Dae-woo is doing now, but Dae-woo decides that he still needs to call the other students of the school. The whole crowd began to say their wishes for Mr. Lee to order from Burger Queen. Someone shouted out that it was necessary to order before lunch break was over. Oh, it seems Mr. Lee will now spend his entire monthly salary on this. Ra-ne didn't expect Mr. Lee to be so generous. Si-hong quietly confirmed Ra-ne's words. Dae-woo is glad that he got to teach Mr. Lee a lesson. Si-hong is watching Dae-woo think about something. Hee-won walks down the school corridor. You can tell from her face that she's nervous for some reason. She is face to face with the school principal. The principal did not expect Miss Jung to come to school so early today. He wished her a good day. Hee-won also wished the principal a good day. They both bowed and separated. And then the nasty grumpy teacher follows the principal down the school corridor. They also both bowed and said good morning to each other. Since he knows whose girlfriend Miss Jung is, he apologized to her for hurting her feelings and saying a lot of stupid things. He will try to be more careful in the future. Haha, they bowed again and went their separate ways. Hee-won opens the door from the audience. She enters, and there is silence all around. She is even surprised. She sighed and thought that she knew this would happen. She is very uncomfortable, a very strange feeling. It's like everyone around her is tiptoeing around her. After all, it's been a few days, but still no one can act normal. Everyone knows that Hee-won is getting married to the chairman. She feels lonely again, just like when there were rumors all over the school. A colleague of hers came up to her. With a smile on her face, she said hello to Hee-won. She asked Hee-won to have dinner with her, if Hee-won had any free time, of course. A colleague asked what Hee-won wanted to eat. She also asked if she was getting morning sickness. She apologized that maybe she shouldn't have asked that. Hee-won replied that it was okay. Hee-won said that her pregnancy was going well. and that she has no toxicosis. Hee-won thanked Miss Kim, but she didn't understand why. Hee-won added, "Thank you for everything." Miss Kim thinks that people can be stupid sometimes, and no matter what happens, Hee-won is still the same person. She also said that she kept tiptoeing around Hee-won. But then Miss Kim realized that she had been acting foolishly and asked for forgiveness for that. Hee-won replied that it was okay, and she was actually having a hard time accepting it all herself, so she could imagine how everyone else felt. Miss Kim remarked that Hee-won is too kind. She doesn't understand how she could have doubted whether or not to approach Hee-won. She asked what Hee-won wanted to eat for lunch, since she wants to know all the details of Hee-won's relationship. But Hee-won said that there was basically nothing to talk about. Hee-won's phone rang. Do-jun Kang called, but she just signed it Daddy Do-jula. He said he was ready to pick up Hee-won around 6 p.m. Do-jun added that Hee-won shouldn't worry. He will meet her in front of the school. That was the end of their dialogue on the phone. Miss Kim became very curious about who it was that called. She asked Hee-won, "Was it Chairman Kang?" She answered yes. Miss Kim noticed that Hee-won was too cold on the phone with Chairman Kang. She thought it was because she was around. Miss Kim knows that Hee-won doesn't like to be cute, but she expected to hear at least beloved or something like that. Hee-won thought it looked like she might have to postpone tonight's dinner with Miss Kim. She was so excited to start communicating with Miss Kim again that she had completely forgotten about her plans for tonight. Miss Kim asked her to stop worrying about it and that they could have dinner when Hee-won was free. Miss Kim inquired that Hee-won seemed to be going somewhere with Do-jung. She replied, yes, adding that she was very jealous of Hee-won. Yes, but there's a but. Hee-won is already riding in the car with Do-jung. There is complete silence in the car. She turned to Do-jun, and once again she turned to him. But Do-jun did not immediately react as he was focused on driving. Hee-won wondered what Do-jun's father was like. What kind of man is he? What is his personality like? What does he like? Hee-won isn't trying to win him over at all, as a good daughter-in-law. But she thinks it would be nice to leave a good first impression of herself. But Do-jun says that Hee-won shouldn't worry about his parents. He thought that Hee-won had something going on and was uncomfortable. She replied that everything was fine. She ponders that it comes out that Do-jun's mother will also be there and that she should have expected it. Hee-won never imagined that she would ever meet President Dad Han Group. She was so excited about meeting him that she forgot about Do-jun's mother altogether. She is very curious about Do-jun's parents. She realizes that they are very rich people and whether they will be able to love someone like Hee-won. Hee-won is all reminiscent of some TV show she used to watch, where the son brought his girlfriend to his parents' house. But the mother was against it, saying that she was not worthy of her son and asked her to get rid of her. Afterwards, the mother threw an envelope of money in the girl's direction, and the father declared that he refused to acknowledge the child and asked her to take the money and disappear from their lives. After these performances in her head, Hee-won began to get 1,000 times more nervous. She worries about what will happen to their child Do-July. She can't let that happen. She is thinking of just taking it and going overseas. At this point, Do-jung takes Hee-won by the hand. He notices that she is thinking frantically about something. She declared in a loud tone that she would take that envelope of money. Do-jung didn't understand what Hee-won was saying that at all. She added that she didn't mean it. He understands that Hee-won is very nervous. He asked her to calm down and stop worrying about his parents, since there is something more important. She is discouraged by these words and tensed slightly as he said it with a serious look. Hee-won wondered how many brothers and sisters Do-jung has and if there is anyone else besides Si-hyun's dad. He replied that at least we can say that there are only a few. At this point, Hee-won interrupted him and didn't understand Do-jung's phrase, which means at least. He said that he has more cousins. A lot of cousins. Hee-won understood from Do-jun's face that they apparently don't get along with each other. He replied that they didn't. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and asked Hee-won if she could run around now. She thought that was a strange question. Do-jun warned that it might not be necessary, but there was something she should know. With a grim look, he said that they might have to run, but she should not worry, but just trust and follow him. What do you mean run? Hee-won didn't expect that. He assured her that it's not something Hee-won needs to worry about, as he just doesn't want to run into one cumbersome problem. Hee-won doesn't understand what kind of nonsense Do-jung is saying at all. Hee-won feels like it's all about the possibility that Do-jung's parents might not like her. A few minutes later, they pull up to the gate of the house. He said that they had arrived, but Hee-won is all shaken up by this encounter. She asked for a few minutes because she lost her mirror somewhere. Do-jun said that Hee-won doesn't need any mirror because she's pretty as it is. She wondered if she really looked good. Do-jun reached out his hand to Hee-won's face. Afterwards, he kissed her on the cheek. He added that she didn't just look good, she looked flawless. You don't have to worry too much as he will be there for you. He asked, can they go now? She said, yes. And then they went into Do-jun's parents' house. They all sit together at the table. Do-jun's parents' faces are not the happiest. It feels like they're at a funeral. Why is everyone so sad? Do-jun's mother asked his father to stop taking out the pine nuts. His father replied that he didn't take them out. He just wanted to eat them later. Hee-won continues to be all shaky and very worried, but she still can't believe it's really the president and his wife. President Daehan Group's wife was unhappy that he was too picky about his food. He said he was only going to eat it later. Hee-won recalls how chic they looked on TV. She saw them quite often in various television shows and in magazines. But now, it was as if she was confused by their simplicity. Hee-won didn't expect them to be quite simple people at home. Do-jung's father wondered if it was difficult to plan a wedding at such a fast pace. Do-jun said it was fine, especially since he had already adjusted his schedule. Dad wondered where they were going to live. Do-jun replied that he had given that task to his secretary Lee. He would find them a home. It seems to father that Secretary Lee is already too busy with various things in the company. Hee-won doesn't understand how he managed to plan everything down to the smallest detail. It feels like everything is so perfect, and Hee-won has nothing to worry about at all. She sometimes feels like she's not hearing the plan for her wedding. But some other persons, sitting at this table, she still feels uncomfortable, as perhaps Do-jun's parents are looking down on her, especially since they still haven't asked her any questions. She thinks that maybe it's not quite normal to sit like this and not say anything. The mother-in-law turned to Hee-won. She said, "Say aga." Say aga is the daughter-in-law. The mother-in-law decided to ask something, but she wasn't sure if she should. Hee-won swallowed her saliva and immediately thought that it must be time for some serious talk. Hee-won smiled sweetly and said that it was okay to ask anything you wanted. But her mother-in-law thought that perhaps Hee-won would be uncomfortable, but she assured her that of course not. In fact, of course, there must be at least some questions for the man who is marrying her son. Hee-won is plagued by the same question. What does she want to ask? Perhaps about Hee-won's family, or about her age, or perhaps about her job. And most importantly, will Hee-won's answer meet their expectations? She's afraid that they'll start asking her questions about whether or not she really got pregnant by Do-jun. Did she know who he was before approaching him? If such questions come up, she doesn't know how to answer them properly. Most importantly, will they accept Hee-won's words as truth? Do-jun asked his mother not to ask Hee-won awkward questions. The mother said she wouldn't be surprised if it was Han-jung, since the mother couldn't believe that Do-jun was capable of such a thing. Mother-in-law doesn't understand how Do-jun could fall in love with Hee-won. Hee-won is shocked by these words. Do-jun didn't like it, and even his father didn't expect that. To which his mother replied with indignation to his father that isn't she even allowed to ask that? Do-jun said that such a thing should not be asked. His father added that it was personal and shouldn't be asked right now. Hee-won was clearly not expecting this question. She asked, "Say aga, do you think so too?" Hee-won didn't know what to answer her now. She tensed slightly and replied with a small smile on her face that she thought it was okay to ask such a thing. Her mother-in-law was glad that Hee-won supported her. She even got a twinkle in her eye. She liked Hee-won's answer. She had never seen a look like that before. Hee-won embarrassedly said that she was probably the one who first fell in love with Do-jun. Her mother-in-law was surprised by this. In fact, Hee-won couldn't even imagine that Do-jun's mother was such a kind and sensitive woman. She wants more details, but her father-in-law doesn't think it's necessary. Hee-won seems to think that Do-jung is all about his father. The mother-in-law doesn't understand why the father-in-law isn't interested. Since this is the first time Do-jun has talked about his sympathy for someone, she said that there were always a lot of girls around Do-jun ready to confess their love to him. They would line up in front of the house just to talk to him. His father confirmed that this had happened, but he doesn't think it's necessary to ask such a thing now. The mother-in-law just wanted to ask some questions. She also asks because her sister is very interested in Do-jun. Do-jun asked his mother if the aunts were coming to dinner tonight. She said she didn't invite everyone, but only called Chung-hee this morning and accidentally said something extra. Do-jung is not happy about what his mother said about tonight's dinner. Jung-hee's mother's sister just wanted to see and say hello to her family. But Do-jun didn't want to introduce them yet because Hee-won is pregnant. He's upset that things aren't going according to plan. Do-jun asked his mother how many relatives she still had time to tell. She replied that she only called Eun-hee, but then Jin-hee called more. Do-jun concluded that eventually the mother called them all. The mother replied that it just so happened. Hee-won recalls what Do-jun said in the car about the cousins. When he talked about them, did he mean many cousins specifically from his mother's side? Do-jun doesn't want to hear about them all being here. The mother said that they would all be having dinner together. Do-jun doesn't think he should have just sat there. They'll be here at 7 o'clock. Oh, there they are. Do-jung asks Hee-won if she remembers what he told her in the car. He reminded her that if he said she needed to run, she didn't need to be afraid of looking rude, just that she needed to follow him. He said it's time, let's go. He's in shock. What do you mean now? Do-jun told his parents that they were leaving and asked him to tell his aunt that they will see each other at the wedding. His father is outraged by Do-jun's behavior and says that's not how he raised him. Do-jun says to have his aunts taken care of by his father today. The father is not happy and stands grumbling. His mother asked him to at least say hello to them before he left, but he said the aunts wouldn't let him and Hee-won go then. Hee-won doesn't understand why they're all doing this. He said he would tell them as soon as they got out of here. He holds his breath for a moment and doesn't move, looking from around the corner at his relatives who have arrived at his parents' house. Hee-won is very tired from running so fast. Do-jun warned that he might have to go out through the other side of the yard. He warned to run and told Hee-won to hold on tight. Hee-won resented this and said to put her on the ground. Do-jun asked to get his wallet out of his left pocket. She didn't understand why he needed his wallet. He clarified that the wallet was in his inside pocket and asked to make it quick. An inside pocket? Hee-won started looking for the wallet. Do-jun said that Hee-won wasn't looking for the wallet there, it was in his jacket. She apologized. After a few seconds, Hee-won found the wallet. Do-jun asked her to take out 2 50,000 won bills, though no, still 4 bills, and put the wallet back. Hee-won doesn't understand why she pulled out those bills. Do-jun said that when he gives the signal, she should hold out the money. The relatives asked their parents where Do-jun is. They said he just left. This seemed very strange to them. Do-jun and Hee-won are running, with a girl standing a little farther away. She notices them and says, "I found you, Do-jun Appa. Caught you." Appa is a girl's address to her older brother or boyfriend. Do-jun asked Hee-won to give this girl the money quickly. Haha, they run, and Hee-won with his arm outstretched gives the money. This girl's eyes lit up. She really likes money, especially getting it from her Appa. This cute girl grabs the money from Hee-won's hand. After getting that money, she'll just pretend she didn't see Do-jun. But she didn't think it was enough and said that she had looked at a beautiful purse in the store. Do-jun asked her to stop by his office tomorrow. He asked her to hold off the aunts until he and Hee-won leave. She said, "No problem, will do." This girl turned out to be Do-jun's cousin. Her name is Se-jin. She said, "See you next time." Hee-won turned around and said, "I'll definitely see you next time." A few minutes later, they ran to the car and got into it. They did not speak for some time. Do-jung suggested that they stop somewhere and have lunch. Hee-won supported the idea. Hee-won, after meeting Do-jung's parents, thinks they are good people. Do-jung is glad that Hee-woo has such an opinion of them. Hee-won wants to ask Do-jun some questions. She's really curious about how many girls Do-jun has dated. She remembers that her mother-in-law mentioned that Do-jun was very popular with girls. Do-jun hesitates and thinks about what to answer Hee-won. Hee-won, looking at Do-jun, realizes that he doesn't even deny it. Hee-won has a lot of questions in her head, but for some reason she asked this particular one. She thinks that Do-jun's reaction raises even more questions, but she thinks there's nothing to be surprised about since he's good in bed. Hee-won recalls that it was unforgettable ecstasy for the first time. She realizes that it is his looks, manners, wealth, and status that make it possible to enjoy it and easily change partners one by one. Hee-won decides to remind Do-jun that he is taking too long to answer. She thinks he must be counting how many girls he's had. She insists on knowing either everything or nothing, and if he says nothing, she will take offense at him. Do-jun replied that his married friends told him it was better to take all his past relationships with him to the grave. Meaning, don't tell the girl how many lovers he had. Hee-won doesn't understand. So why is he so reluctant to say how many there have been? Do-jun, pondering this, doesn't know if it's okay to say what barely counts or just tell the truth. Hee-won is not happy with Do-jun going around the subject. Do-jun thought Hee-won's reaction was very sweet. She was outraged. What do you mean cute? She's still waiting for details from Do-jun. After thinking for a while, she decided that Do-jun had been someone very nice in the past. She asked if he was happy. Since there was an opportunity to remember nice things, she resented the fact that when Hee-won was in love with someone, Do-jun asked to be faithful only to him. Do-jun laughed out loud at this point. He hoped that Do-jul, whether it was a boy or a girl, would be like Hee-won in character. That is to say, will be just as cute, that's all. Hee-won thought that Do-jun just decided to jump off the subject. Do-jun noticed that Hee-won wondered in anger about the details of his past life. She replied that she wasn't angry at all. Well, he did decide to share some moments from the past. 4 years ago, he dated Jung Ha-mi. That was it. Hee-won was surprised and said, "What?" He said as he only dated for 2 months and only saw each other for 5 minutes. The problem was that he had very little time in his schedule. He constantly had to reschedule their meetings. So in the end, Jung Ha-mi decided to stop seeing him. Hee-won thought she was hearing things, but it turned out she wasn't. The fact is that Jung Ha-mi is a famous actress, and she was the one that Do-jun briefly dated. Hee-won doesn't understand why his schedule didn't even have a little time for Jung Ha-mi. The fact is that at the time, Do-jun was just starting a business, and so he was busy. She often called him and came to work often for no reason. That's why his schedule often got messed up. It really stressed him out a lot. Hee-won didn't believe his words. How could a beautiful woman like Jung Ha-mi be stressful? After all, she came to his work precisely to meet Do-jun. Do-jun doesn't get it. Is she really as gorgeous as Hee-won says she is? She said that 90% of the male population in this country thinks she's beautiful. At that moment, Do-jun didn't like that his plans were falling apart, no matter how beautiful the girl was. He mentioned that he likes to stick to plans. Are they really that important to him? And then, Hee-won wondered what about herself then? After all, from the moment they first met until now, all the things that had happened to her had disrupted his plans. They got out of the car and Do-jun took Hee-won in his arms. She asked if Do-jun's hands hurt, and she said she wasn't exactly light. He replied that it was fine. Si-hoon walks leisurely down the street. She must be thinking about something. It's strange, it feels like she's not in the mood. It turns out she's remembering what Ra-ni told her earlier, namely that Daewoo is in love with Si-hoon. She also remembers what Daewoo said about his perfect girlfriend and described the parameters matching Si-hong's. All these thoughts confuse her a lot. Someone shouted out to her, "Hi." The girl asked, "Are you Kang Si-hoon?" Si-hoon replied that yes I am. But she doesn't understand, who is this girl? That's Kim Da-hai. She's in her 3rd year of high school in broadcasting class. 3rd year? Jang Daewoo's house is in front, and she's his roommate. It's been 2 years now. Si-hoon implies that Kim Da-hai is here because of Daewoo. One replied, yes, she is. Si-hoon asked her if she wanted to talk here. Then she suggested we go to a cafe and talk there. By the way, the cafe makes delicious cakes. Si-hoon turned around and asked if she was coming with her or not. Kim Da-hai was silent at first, but she agreed nonetheless. Si-hoon said that she really liked the milfoil cake that they make in this cafe. She asked Kim Da-hai if she was sure she didn't even want a piece of the cake. She replied that she didn't want the cake, but let Si-hong order it. Si-hong also wanted a glass of lemonade. After a few minutes, Kim Da-hai wanted to go order, but Si-hoon said that she would go herself and she didn't need to get up. Since Si-hong offered to visit the cafe herself, she wouldn't let Kim Da-hai stress over her order. You can see that Kim Da-hai is uncomfortable. Si-hoon asked Kim Da-hai if there are plans for Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She wants to set her up a meeting with Daewoo. That's why Si-hoon asks if Kim Da-hai is free on Saturday. She replied that she has no plans for Saturday. She also asked if Kim Da-hai plays any games. She replied that she plays a little tennis and ping pong. Si-hoon was happy about this, since Daewoo also likes tennis. Si-hoon wondered what Kim Da-hai's real hair color was. She was surprised by the question and replied, "Isn't that color cute?" It turns out that she dyed her hair during the vacations. Her friends said the color looks really cool. Yes, it's cute, but Daewoo doesn't like dyed hair. He thinks it's dead hair. He also doesn't like a girl wearing a ton of makeup. Also, Si-hong revealed that Daewoo hates it when girls wear miniskirts or tight clothes. That's why she suggested dressing in comfortable, close-fitting clothes. Si-hoon thinks that Daewoo is a bit conservative in this regard. Kim Da-hai replied that she understood and didn't mind. Si-hong was happy about it and said that then the two of them are perfect for each other. Si-hoon will do everything she can for Kim Da-hai. She just needs to be told what she needs. Kim Da-hai doesn't understand why Si-hoon is doing this. She thinks that Si-hoon also likes Daewoo and is trying to stop her in this way. She replied that she's known Daewoo for 17 years and they're practically like family already. Kim Da-hai says that everyone around her thinks she likes Daewoo, but Si-hong assured that this is impossible, especially since they grew up together since they live next door to each other, that's all. She also said that she doesn't like Daewoo and is upset by the fact that everyone around her thinks they are dating. Kim Da-hai was happy about what Si-hong just said, and she's glad Si-hong decided to help her. The bell rang on the table, which means that Si-hong's order is ready and the food can be picked up. Si-hong just wanted to get up, but Kim Da-hai still decided to pick up the order herself. She said it's okay, she's bringing the food now. Daewoo just needs to wait, Si-hoon said. She'll make sure no one else ever says she likes him. Kim Da-hai will soon be his girlfriend. Si-hoon will do everything possible to make that happen. Hee-won and Do-jun come to visit her mother. Hee-won will tell her mother that he wants to introduce someone to her, but no more than that. Hee-won is a little worried about this. She asks Do-jun, does he remember what she told him earlier? Specifically, about her mom not liking other moms. And he asked Hee-won if there was a situation where he had to carry Hee-won like a princess and run away. She replied, no. If yesterday was anything like a spy movie, today will be more of a drama. Do-jun didn't quite understand this allegory. She meant that yesterday was a situation very similar to a movie, so she said that today would probably be more of a soap opera. There may also be moments that Do-jun won't understand or will be disappointed. He decided to tease and asked Hee-won if he should bring a handkerchief with him. She smiled and replied that it wasn't necessary at all. Do-jun liked that Hee-won finally started smiling. That's better. He reached out his hand to her and asked her if we were going or not. They held hands and walked. They enter the room where Hee-won's mother is sitting. Mom sits silently and doesn't even look in their direction. Do-jun Kang politely introduces himself. She looked at him without emotion, said, hello, and offered to sit down at the table. Eventually, they just sat at the table in silence. Hee-won assumed that this would be the case, but she couldn't believe that her mom really didn't say a word. The maid asked, can I get you something to drink? Do-jun asked for 1 glass of juice. At this point, Mom looked at Hee-won in silence. Then she asked her if she was pregnant. Hee-won was confused and didn't know how to answer correctly. But Do-jun decided to take matters into his own hands. He respectfully addressed his mother-in-law, calling her Jang Mo-nim. He said that he didn't want to lose Hee-won and that it was all his fault. His mother-in-law didn't like the way Do-jun called her Jang Mo-nim. At that moment, Hee-won felt like he was electrocuted. Hee-won worriedly swallowed her saliva. She shared with her mother that they were getting married in April. Hee-won was worried that her mother would get angry when she found out about her pregnancy. Mom agreed to come to Hee-won and Do-jun's wedding, but asked her not to expect more from her. Mom got up from the table and said that if that was all they wanted to tell her, then she had to go because she had plans. Hee-won would have preferred her mother to get mad at her instead, but her mother replied that it's your life, and you have the right to decide how to act and are responsible for your own life. This is strange behavior from her mother. She turned around and just walked away, slammed the door behind her and left them. Hee-won and Do-jun continued to sit at the table. Hee-won said she was sorry. She cried and said she was sorry for her mom not being like all the other moms. She feels bad that she doesn't get her mother's warmth and her mother is always stale. Do-jun decided to comfort her. Apparently, he really should have prepared a handkerchief. The wedding was set for April 22 at 5 p.m. Hee-won wasn't sure that the wedding could be prepared in less than a month. She was very surprised that everything went smoothly. Because of her pregnancy, she was exempt from everything except the wedding photo shoot. Everything else was taken care of by Do-jun's mother and his secretary. During the wedding preparations, she finally got to know Secretary Lee. He kept saying that doing business with Do-jun was much easier when he stuck to his plans. It was probably because he was constantly torn between work and keeping up with the wedding preparations. Hee-won feels uncomfortable about Secretary Lee, Do-jun's mother, and even Do-jun himself taking over what she should be doing. Hee-won expected that her mother was not going to take part in the preparations. But luckily, Hee-won's father, who felt guilty, convinced her. And in the end, our family reunion went off without incident. There remains a third and final house to look at. Secretary Lee specifically found and carefully researched some of the most suitable houses for them. However, Do-jun said that one did not look good and the other had a small yard, and the latter has a bad location. Secretary Lee was patient for a long time and finally offered to stop and see them in person before refusing. Hee-won recalls how intimidating Secretary Lee looked. Hee-won realizes that it hasn't been long since the last time the two of them sat together like this. Maybe it's because they haven't been alone together since the wedding preparations began. Hee-won feels uncomfortable for some reason. Hee-won asks Do-jun, "Does he not like this place either?" She clarified that it's pretty clean, quiet, and not many cars. Isn't it a nice place? Do-jun said that his brother's house is nearby. That's what it turns out to be. But he pointed out that the yard is big enough for several children. Hee-won was surprised and offended because Do-jun was planning to have more children without even consulting her, although he was actually referring to Do-jul's friends. Haha, that's a funny way he teased her. But Hee-won can't stand his equanimity. She suggested we just go look at the house. They went inside the house. She thought about the fact that it was so dark in here. Hee-won decided to turn on the light, looking for where the light switch is. Do-jun stopped and just started looking into her eyes. Hee-won didn't understand what was going on. He walked closer to her. She says that the lights need to be turned on and asks Do-jun what he's doing. He comes close to her and she is backed up against the wall. Wow, what a moment! Do-jun leaned into her face. Ha ha ha, it turned out he just reached for the light switch. Since Hee-won had asked to turn on the light herself, Do-jun actually found the light switch. At this point, Hee-won exploded in anger. She yelled at him for not telling her where the light switch was. Do-jun asked her if she was expecting anything else. Hee-won replied in surprise that why would he think she expected anything else? And she added that no one turns on the lights like Do-jun did, asked him to move farther away. He took her hand and said he did it on purpose because he wanted something else. Hee-won doesn't understand what else Do-jun wanted. He asked if she had used perfume. She replied that no, she hadn't. Do-jun complimented her on how she always smells so nice, even without perfume. Haha, and proceeded to sniff her. Hee-won is slightly shocked. He emphasized her scent, and also her skin, so delicate and seductive. Hee-won has goosebumps all over her body from his words and behavior. Do-jun remarked that it made him want her even more. Hee-won gulped her saliva excitedly. Do-jung holds her with his hands. Oh my god, what a beautiful moment. In the end, they kissed. The kiss turned out to be a long one. How much they love each other after all. Boom! There was a knocking sound. They froze for a moment. Hee-won asked Do-jung if he heard it. He replied that he had heard it. What could it have been? They heard a child's voice and then they saw a child. The little girl said, "Kiss." She also added, "You kissed. I saw everything." Hee-won sharply pushed Do-jung away from her. Then she went up to the little girl and asked her name. The little girl replied that her name was Young-tu. Do-jung decided to ask Young-tu where her parents were, and he said you can't sneak into someone else's house like that. Hee-won scolded Do-jung for being too harsh and scaring the child with it. Hee-won asked her how on earth did she get in here. She pointed her finger at the door through which she entered the house. Young-tu's parents appeared to be outside, but it was unknown where exactly. Hee-won offered to look for them and Young-tu was glad. Hee-won ended up going with the girl to look for her parents. Do-jun silently watched what was going on and then went with them. He could see that he lacked experience with young children. As they walked, Young-tu often repeated, "Kiss, kiss, kiss." A little later, they heard Young-tu's mother looking for her. Young-tu ran to her mom and shouted, "Mommy." Hee-won asked Do-jun, "What kind of bridge is this?" Secretary Lee mentioned it in his report. It will be torn down, but they haven't started the work yet. Apparently this bridge leads to the house next door. It turns out Do-jun knew about this bridge. Hee-won was surprised at who she saw in front of her. She began to whisper in Do-jun's ear that it was the writer Soo-young. Do-jun said that he heard that President Chao's wife is a writer. Does she turn out to be famous? Yes, Hee-won replied, adding that Soo-yoon has even appeared on television. Hee-won has been a fan of hers for a long time. She can't believe she sees her so close in front of her. Hee-won asked Do-jung if he knew them. He replied that he knows President Chao Lil. Hee-won got very excited. Hee-won is incredibly fond of this house and asked her to opt for this particular house. Do-jun doesn't mind, but said that there is still a lot of work to be done here, and so they won't be able to move in right away. Hee-won offers to stay at Do-jung's house for a while, since it doesn't look like the other two houses are already residential. Hee-won tries to be nice and says please. Haha, in Do-jung's eyes it looks like this. Does everyone remember the cat in boots from Shrek? Do-jung had no choice but to take it and agree. Hee-won thanked Do-jung for approving the choice. Soo-yoon wondered if they had come especially to see the house. Hee-won said hello to Soo-yoon and said that she was an ardent fan of hers. Soo-yoon asked if they liked the house. Hee-won replied that the house was wonderful and asked Do-jun if he agreed with her opinion. He nodded his head in response. Soo-yoon heard that this bridge was going to be torn down, but Hee-won said it wasn't. They'd like to keep it if Soo-yoon doesn't mind. Soo-yoon has a lot of good memories with this bridge, so she would be glad if they left it. But she's a little concerned that Young-tu might be annoying. Hee-won replied that she shouldn't worry about that. It's okay. Young-tu sometimes repeats, "Kiss." Yeon-tu once again repeats the word kisser to her mom. Hee-won is a little worried about Young-tu telling her that she saw Hee-won and Do-jun kissing. Hee-won told Young-tu that her mom would kiss her a little later, but Young-tu decided to tell about the scary uncle and the nice lady kissing after all. Hee-won remarked that Young-tu seemed to really like kissing. Young-tu turned her head and saw her daddy and said that daddy likes kissing too. And here comes Young-tu's father. Wow, he's irresistible, Hee-won thought. The father called his daughter Young-tu to him. Do-jun noticed that Hee-won was admiring Yeon-tu's father and Do-jun decided to cough, so that Hee-won would realize that it was inappropriate to do so. Do-jun greeted and said that the last time they saw each other was at a business meeting. He said that he sees Han-jung all the time, meaning Do-jun's father, but it's less often that he gets a chance to see Young-tu. Mr. Cha says Han-jun told him about the wedding, which will take place on the 22nd. Do-jun hopes that Mr. Cha and his wife, Soo-yeon, will be able to attend the wedding. Mr. Cha asked if they would buy the house. He also heard that Do-jun didn't really want to live near Han-jung. Yes, that's true, but Hee-won likes it here, Do-jun replied. He shared that they are already expecting a baby boy. Do-jun says that Hee-won liked this backyard where their kids will frolic, and that's why they decided to buy this house. Hee-won isn't too happy that Do-jun decided to tell them about the baby ahead of time. Mr. Chu is very happy about their move, and after the baby is born, they can all go to the hospital together. But Soo-yoon says that Mr. Chu is busy all the time and he has to pick a time to go with her. Soo-yoon completely forgot to ask our manga protagonist her name. She replied that her name is Hee-won Jung. Soo-yoon said she was 6 months pregnant and asked what Hee-won's due date was. She answered at 11th week. Soo-yoon offered to go together next time for a checkup. Hee-won gladly agreed, but Do-jun was against it, since it was their first child and Do-jun wanted to attend in person himself. Soo-yoon agreed and said she hadn't even thought about it. Do-jun said it was no big deal and lightly pressed Hee-won against her. She wanted to say something, but after thinking for a while, she decided not to say anything. Mr. Chu asked when they planned to move in if they were going to tear down the bridge. Hee-won thought that if Do-jun was okay with it too, they would leave the bridge. Wouldn't they? Oh, those cat eyes from earlier. Do-jun said it would be inconvenient to tear it down like that. Mr. Chu and Soo-yeon are glad to hear that. Hee-won can't believe that her neighbors are such influential and famous people. They asked if they will have a housewarming party when they move in. Yes, of course there will be. A little later, Hee-won went back to her house. Her belongings have already been moved in with Do-jun. Their honeymoon has been rescheduled. She doesn't even know what to do. She finds it hard to believe that she is really getting married. Someone knocks on her room door. The door opens and My-ran enters her room. Hee-won is surprised that My-ran decided to knock before entering the room. My-ran doesn't understand why Hee-won grumbles even when everything is fine. She is grumbling because My-ran usually doesn't do that. My-ran says stop nagging and calls her to go with her. Hee-won doesn't understand why. My-ran replied that this is Hee-won's first wedding. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and that's why she needs to look her best. It turns out that My-ran wants to give Hee-won a face massage. She asked if they had decided where they were going to live and if she liked her choice. Hee-won replied that yes, they had decided and she liked it very much. Hee-won asked My-ran if she remembered Soo-yoon's novel I Yearn for You. Well, yes, she did. Why? My-ran answered. Hee-won decided to brag that Soo-yoon is now her roommate. My-ran was very surprised by this. My-ran also said that her father was going to take her back, since he only let her move here because Hee-won was there for her. My-ran was upset that Hee-won should move out, disregarding her freedom. Hee-won apologized for getting pregnant. Hee-won doesn't understand why My-ran and Min-wook won't just get married then. She replied that Min-wook didn't propose to her. But Hee-won said that My-ran herself could have proposed since she would never have thought she would stick to any formalities. My-ran asked her to lie down in silence so she could put a mask on her face. Hee-won asked My-ran if she wasn't thinking about getting married to Min-wook. Actually, it's not that she hasn't thought about it, as far as Min-wook is concerned. It's not that simple. The thing is that My-ran feels strange as her self-esteem is dropping. Frankly speaking, when My-ran is around Min-wook, it's as if she's not herself. Hee-won asked My-ran to be more confident, adding that Min-wook loves her more than she thinks. Hee-won says this as a close friend. You can see that My-ran is about to cry, but Hee-won asked her not to cry, or she will cry now too. My-ran replied that Hee-won looks terrible when she cries, so she had better stop. My-ran wondered what Hee-won thought about the baby's father. She replied that he is attractive, capable and responsible and has no flaws. My-ran was worried about Hee-won and asked if she was sure she would be okay. Hee-won didn't understand what My-ran was talking about. She meant about marrying without love. Hee-won replied that she actually likes Do-jun because he is a good person and not as cold as her mother. Also, not as lovable as her father. Therefore, she thinks she likes him, adding that she thinks it will be all right. My-ran asked an important question. Will they remain friends after Hee-won gets married? Not that they were that close. At this point, My-ran lovingly lightly slapped Hee-won on the head. My-ran wondered who her best friend was. Hee-won said she was joking. My-ran is really wondering if they are best friends or not. Hee-won replied, well, maybe. Speaking loudly, My-ran stated that she was serious about asking. Haha, Hee-won answered, okay. Yes. Are you happy now? Time passed and the wedding came. Hee-won is in a very pretty wedding dress, and Do-jun's relatives are chatting around. They say they have no idea why Do-jun was hiding such a pretty girl. The aunts have already asked Hee-won a million questions, thereby embarrassing her. They talk amongst themselves about how if Do-jun had planned everything so clearly, she wouldn't be pregnant right now. That means that he fell head over heels in love with her. So what happened between them wasn't planned at all, right? Yes. He clearly lost his head over her beauty. And here's a picture of Do-jun in a beautiful white suit. The aunts say that Do-jun looks flawless in the photo they just took. One of the aunts put her phone to Hee-won's face to see how chic they look. The other auntie said they were very suited to each other. Hee-won's mother-in-law had run out of patience and told the aunts that they had had enough, and it was time for them to go out. They say they haven't finished yet, but the mother-in-law is undeterred and escorts them out. Asked her daughter-in-law's forgiveness. Do-jun's maternal cousins approached her first. Then Hee-won's relatives came up. Next came the teachers and students. And at the end, friends from the university and other acquaintances came up. She was insanely tired of everyone present. Even the ceremony hasn't happened yet, but Hee-won is already exhausted. She saw someone approach her. It turned out to be Min-wook. She asked where he was, and she said that his mother had stopped by earlier. Min-wook hugged her and Hee-won said that My-ran was looking for him. He hugged her even harder and wouldn't let her go. Min-wook says that Hee-won has grown so much and is now getting married. He remembers that it seems like just yesterday, Hee-won was a little girl. Hee-won doesn't understand what is happening to him. She feels like he's acting like her father. He talks as if he is the one who raised Hee-won. Min-wook says that she should definitely be happy. He warns her that if she has difficulties, she knows what to do. She just needs to call Min-wook, and he will come to her right away. He asked if she understood him. She said that she understood. At this point, Do-jun told Min-wook to get away from her, adding that he knew Min-wook was here to congratulate, but he came too close to Hee-won. Min-wook replied that he had shortened his congratulations as it were. Min-wook also warned Do-jun that if he made Hee-won cry, he would regret it. To which Do-jun replied that if Min-wook touched his wife one more time, he would already make him regret it. Oh guys, let's not get heated. Min-wook coughed and held out his hand to Do-jun. Min-wook hopes that Do-jun will make Hee-won happy, and the first step toward that will be a wedding. Min-wook turned his head toward Hee-won and smiled, and said he would go look for his place. See you in the hall. Hee-won asked Do-jun, shouldn't he be greeting guests now? He replied that he had put it off a little, and asked if Hee-won was doing well. She replied that she was fine, just a little worried. Do-jun asked Hee-won if his aunts and cousins had come by. He told his secretary not to let them in, but apparently he failed to do so. Hee-won replied that it was fun, and they are so funny and hilarious. Do-jun looked at Hee-won, put his hand on the chair where Hee-won is sitting, and asked if he should kiss Hee-won now. Hee-won was surprised. Do-jun confessed that weddings are simply unbearable for him. It's as if they're testing his patience, since his fiancée is being hidden from him. Hee-won said, nagging again? Do-jun replied, yes, because he needs to sneak around to see his future wife, kissed her on the cheek, and asked just to wait a little longer. Do-jun said to shorten the ceremony as much as possible. Do-jun noticed that Hee-won was blushing slightly. They really did blush. Hearing someone's footsteps and the door opens. Some girl walks in and says, Appa, runs up to Do-jun saying in French, long time no see. Did you miss me? And gave him a hug. Do-jun is shocked by her appearance. Hee-won doesn't understand who this girl is. She seems nice enough, but who is she? A childhood friend or an ex-girlfriend?
Hee-won is very curious. Who is she? Who is this girl? She came here so suddenly without an invitation. Do-jun was warned that it was time for the ceremony to begin. Hee-won was surprised that Do-jun wasn't going to introduce this girl to her. The door opened and Soo-jun's cousin walked into the hall. She saw that Ha-in was here, which by the way is the name of that girl with the pink hair. Do-jun asked Soo-jun to take Ha-in with her since the ceremony is about to start. Hee-won still doesn't understand this situation. Ha-in decides to apologize to Hee-won for not introducing herself after entering. It turns out that Ha-in is Soo-jin's friend and she's also known Do-jun for quite a long time. She's currently studying abroad in France. When she heard about the wedding, she was so happy to see Do-jun. She can't help it and has a hard time getting out of the habit. She missed him too much. Soo-young once again called Ha-in to go with her, since Hee-won still needs to get ready. Ha-in, jumping on her feet, tells Hee-won that she looks stunning. She also says that she was happy to meet her and congratulates her on the wedding. Ha-in hopes they'll see each other next time, and walked out of the hall to Soo-jun. Hee-won didn't understand what Soo-jun meant about next time. That's strange and very suspicious. But soon Hee-won forgot about all the Ha-in related questions. Do-jun was extremely attentive to Hee-won throughout the ceremony. Hee-won even had to comfort her father who was sobbing his heart out, unable to contain his emotions. And then there was the ants. Near the end of the ceremony, they surrounded Hee-won and Do-young again. The ants thought that Hee-won and Do-jun looked really cute together, and they were a great couple. Hee-won thought they were playing spies again, just like in the movie, leaving the reception. In a whisper, she said that she thought that maybe it wasn't really okay to leave like that. But Do-jun said that Si-eun would take care of everything. Do-jun asked Hee-won to be more careful going down the stairs. Hee-won still seems. It's a little strange that they are leaving. Ha-in was watching them leave. I wonder if she had anything on her mind about it. Hee-won and Do-young returned home. She picked up her nightgown and started looking at it. Hee-won was a little surprised. She was surprised by the dress and by the whole romantic atmosphere in the room. It seemed strange to her that she would have to wear this dress and that the room hinted so much that there would be a romantic sequel. It all makes her uncomfortable and she wants to wear her usual night pajamas. She hesitates. What should she do? Decide, Hee-won. The choice is yours. A creak and a knock on the door is heard. Do-jun walks into the bedroom. Do-young is glad that this day has come to an end. He thinks, most likely Hee-won is tired too. He thought she was asleep. But then he asks Hee-won why she covered herself completely with the blanket. She's clutching the blanket and shivering as if she's afraid of something. Do-young thought something had happened and maybe Hee-won was crying. She replied that everything was fine and she was just going to sleep already. He decided that Hee-won should put the blanket down a little, since she would probably be stuffy sleeping like that. She replied that she always sleeps like that. She asked not to worry about her, but at that moment Do-jun pulled the blanket off her. Hee-won wasn't expecting that and she screamed loudly. Hee-won thinks the nightgown is very strange. Do-jun laughs with Hee-won. She doesn't understand what's so funny about it. Do-jun apologized. She said that this night dress doesn't look like a simple nightgown at all. Hee-won asked him if he liked it. Do-jun replied that he didn't have anything to do with it since this night dress was chosen by his mom and most likely not by herself. Hee-won immediately realized that his aunts must have had help in choosing this night dress. Do-young replied that she probably did. Do-young doesn't understand why she doesn't like this night dress. He wants her to let him look at the night dress and appreciate it. Hee-won replies that she's already evaluated it herself and there's no need to look at that night dress. She asked him to forget about it. Hee-won thinks that Do-young needs to focus on his pajamas. She's embarrassed that he's not going to button up and see his beautiful abs. Haha, Do-young's friends told him that on their wedding night, you only need pajamas to take them off. He notices that Hee-won is exhausted for tonight and he wants to help her with that. Slowly he reaches for Hee-won with his hand, and abruptly pulls the blanket off her. She is shocked by this and screams loudly. You can tell by the look on her face that she's a little nervous. So why is Hee-won so embarrassed? Come on, it's the first wedding night. Subscribers, why do you think Hee-won is having such a reaction? Write your options in the comments below the video. Hee-won asked Do-jun to turn off the lights in the room. She asked him again more insistently to turn off the lights. But Do-jun doesn't want to turn off the lights in the room because he thinks it would be too creepy in the dark. Do-jun has never been so grateful to his aunts before. Hee-won didn't quite understand what Do-young meant. She asked him to stop staring at her like that. Oh Hee-won, you shy girl. Do-jun didn't take his eyes off her. He couldn't hold back anymore. Hee-won didn't understand what Do-jun was talking about. Do-jun hugged Hee-won tightly, pressed her lovingly against him. Hee-won doesn't know how to behave in such a situation. You can see how much Do-jun loves Hee-won. Do-jun is a good man after all. Hee-won heard Do-jun's heartbeat. Do-jun confessed to Hee-won that sometimes he feels like he's lost his mind. I wonder if he always had that animal side to him. To feel that kind of passion just because of a little provocation. Do-young is even slightly embarrassed by this. He frankly tells Hee-won that she is the only person who makes him feel this way. "Oh, Hee-won, what did you do to Do-young?" She says she didn't do anything like that. Yes, she may not have done anything, but next to her, Do-jun continues to be endlessly seduced. He puts her on the bed. Do-young asked Hee-won if he could at least indulge his desires tonight. He warned that she might not like it, but he wouldn't be too rough with her. She replied that he didn't have to say everything he was going to do. Hee-won covered his mouth with her hand and wants him to get down to business without getting down to business. Do-young kissed Hee-won's hand. Her gaze drives Do-young crazy. She doesn't even realize what she is doing to Do-jun when she looks at him like that. How beautiful Hee-won is after all, don't you agree with me? They looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds, and then they kissed. Do-jun is really gentle with Hee-won, and then you can see what happens. The clothes are thrown on the floor and now their room is full of love. After the process is over, Hee-won is lying on Do-jun's arm. She has opened her eyes and is thinking about something. Do-young looked at Hee-won. He thought she was uncomfortable lying down. She replied that she was just worried that his arms were droopy and offered to sleep as they were comfortable. Oh, Do-jun replied that he was quite comfortable sleeping like that and he was going to sleep with her in his arms. Hee-won isn't exactly comfortable, as it's a little stuffy to sleep like that. But Do-young wants to sleep like that and asks Hee-won to get used to it. Hee-won doesn't understand why Do-young is so comfortable sleeping like this. She has never slept with anyone, so it makes her a little uncomfortable. He replied that he has never slept with anyone like this either, but he will try to get used to it. Hee-won suggests sleeping as they feel comfortable instead of trying to get used to it, but Do-jun doesn't want to. He fears that she will leave the money again after spending the night and run away from him. Haha, good point he makes. Oh, Hee-won, is it just me or are you blushing? She said they are already married and she has nowhere to run. Do-jun replied that anyway, he knows her name and where she works, so it would be easier for him to find her. Do-jun has been looking for Hee-won for an entire month. Hee-won doesn't understand why he was looking for her. After all, Do-jun didn't know at the time that she was pregnant with Do-july. He replied that he wanted to ask her why she left him the money. Do-jun wanted to know if that was all he meant to her, appreciating him for a few tens of dollars. Oh, if she knew how he felt when he saw that money on the nightstand by the bed. He kept imagining the girl who ran away from his bed without even saying her name. In fact, it even confused him and also hit his pride. Do-jun didn't know what to do with the two bills. Hee-won asked Do-jun for forgiveness for this. Hee-won began to realize that this was a little strange on her part, but there was no point behind it, since it was the only thing that day. Haha, so she had to go to the subway. By the way, it was pretty cold and exhausting. He kissed her on the head. Apparently it was so good that she gave him everything she had at the time. Drawing certain conclusions, Do-young thinks that Hee-won liked everything madly that very night. Hee-won didn't know what to answer and decided the right thing to do was to turn on her side and say she wanted to sleep and ask to end this conversation. Do-jun squeezed Hee-won tightly and kissed her neck. He doesn't understand how she can't know. Asked her to just accept it. He noticed that Hee-won was reacting like a dog to a bone. After a few minutes, Do-young fell asleep, but Hee-won kept thinking about something, and after a few moments, she closed her eyes too. Still, it wasn't a bad wedding and a good end to the day. It was morning and sunny. Hee-won opened her eyes abruptly. She remembered that she had to go to work. She doesn't understand why My-ran didn't wake her up. Hey Hee-won, it's Sunday. Yesterday was Saturday. She still can't believe she got married. Hee-won remembers the kiss that happened that night. Hee-won, you don't have to be embarrassed about it, it was awesome. Someone knocked on her room. Sure enough, it turned out to be Do-jun. He asked her how she slept. Do-jun asked Hee-won to get up and go to breakfast since he had heated up some porridge for her. Hee-won came into the kitchen where delicious porridge was waiting for her. She really liked the porridge that Do-jun had heated up in the microwave. By the way, this porridge was not made by Do-jun, but by his mother. Hee-won already thought that Do-jun had learned how to cook. Do-jun thought that Hee-won was attracted to men who could cook. But Hee-won said that a man doesn't have to be able to cook, but it's much better to be able to do something than not be able to do it at all. Hee-won asked Hee-won if she thought it would be completely unfair if a man like him could also cook. She answered, perhaps. If Hee-won wanted to, Do-young could learn to cook. He wondered what kind of food she liked. She replied that she likes kimchi. Do-jun is confident that he can handle it without much training. What's more, he wants to get busy with lunch today. Hee-won thinks that sounds good. She turned her head and saw something in the bag. Hee-won asked Do-young what it was. He said it was from his aunts since they said something about matching aprons. Haha, Do-jun is wearing an apron. It looks adorable. Hee-won wants Do-jun to wear that apron today. He replied that he would think about it. Hee-won thinks it wasn't such a bad idea to start out like this. Do-young asked Hee-won if he could make her some tea. She replied that she didn't want to yet. But Do-jun then offered her some fruit and Hee-won agreed. Do-jun brought a plate of fruit and put it on the table next to Hee-won. She really liked the way Do-jun served the fruit. She thanked him for it. Hee-won thinks that if she had known that Do-young would take such good care of her, perhaps she would have agreed to marry him sooner. Do-young noticed Hee-won smiling and thought it was because she was reading something interesting. Hee-won didn't know what to answer. She just asked a counter question. And what is Do-jun doing? He is making a schedule for next week. Hee-won became very curious and asked if she could take a look at that schedule. Oh, an awkward pause. Hee-won started making excuses that she didn't mean that she was that interested or anything like that. She just thought it would be nice to know his schedule. She thinks she's going a little overboard. But Do-jun replied that it's okay for a wife to know her husband's schedule. He's even disappointed that she's not interested in his schedule, but Hee-won said excitedly that's not what she meant. In fact, she just thought that Do-young wasn't very comfortable with her intrusive curiosity. Do-young put his arm around Hee-won and said that it didn't bother him at all. In fact, Do-young really wants Hee-won to be interested in such things more often, as a wife is supposed to be. She was surprised that Do-jun had such a packed schedule. Apparently the wedding has shifted the schedule a bit, because several meetings this week have been cancelled. You remember Secretary Lee, don't you? Well, he certainly found a way to reschedule those scheduled meetings. It looks like Hee-won has become suspicious of something. She asked Do-jun what he meant by the wedding moved him. Perhaps he planned the wedding in advance without Hee-won's knowledge. Do-young began to make excuses and said that he meant that the wedding didn't move it, it accelerated it. But Hee-won remembers exactly what Do-jun said, shifted. Do-young is already confused himself about exactly how he said it earlier. He asked Hee-won to sit on the couch while he made dinner. But Hee-won replied that they hadn't finished talking and was offended by him. She indignantly tells him that he planned the wedding without telling her. But Do-jun decides to pretend that he didn't hear what Hee-won said. He opened the refrigerator and as if by accident he saw an eel in it. Do-jun asked Hee-won if she liked eel. Actually, she adores eel. But it doesn't matter now at all and Do-jun's plan to change the subject didn't work. Hee-won said that Do-jun saw an opportunity when Jae-hoon spread the gossip and planned the wedding without her consent. Do-jun thought that guy had finished his session as a teacher and left. Hee-won responded that yes, he did. He finished early and at this point Do-jun stated that someone like that guy should not be a teacher. Hee-won was infuriated that Do-jun decided to change the topic of conversation again. Do-jun asked to just forget about it, but it's very important to Hee-won and she doesn't want to forget about it. Do-jun admitted that he set the wedding date in advance without Hee-won's knowledge. The bottom line is that he was too confident that he could convince Hee-won, adding that it was much easier for her to adjust her schedule than it was for him. Hee-won is shocked by what Do-young just said and asked him why. Why is he talking about the wedding as a foregone conclusion? She is surprised that Do-jun has never once doubted that they will get married. Hee-won has constantly struggled with the thought. Would she be able to start a family with a man with whom she had only planned dates? And could two people from different worlds be compatible? It all started with these very questions. Questions that Hee-won wouldn't have asked if Do-jun had been a simple man. So complex that they were just as hard to answer. Hee-won agonized over it every day. If Jae-hoon hadn't spread these rumors around the school, if Do-jun hadn't claimed at the principal's office that we were dating, Hee-won wouldn't have hesitated because of the countless questions all this time. But Do-jun speaks as if he had no doubts at all about marrying me. Hee-won is tormented by one question, why? Do-young comes to the conclusion that he must take responsibility, adding that Hee-won would be the right partner to share that very responsibility. The bottom line was that there was no doubt that Do-jun had come to the right conclusion. He really was sure of it. Hee-won thinks that Do-young is the right man to share responsibility with. Do-young seems to think that Hee-won is angry with him. Perhaps she is, but she told him that she's not angry. Apparently from this difficult conversation Hee-won got a little tired and decided to go get some rest. Hee-won likes Do-young a little, though no, not a little, but rather she likes him more than she could have guessed. She had expected a more romantic response from Do-young than that she had just become the right person to share the responsibility. She thought that perhaps he felt the same way that Hee-won did, but from the looks of it, she was just wishful thinking. Do-young offered to fry an eel for Hee-won. She agreed. Hee-won picked up her tablet and turned it on. She noticed something and was surprised. Hee-won called out to Do-young and asked, "What is it?" He doesn't understand what it's about. Hee-won was confused by the fact that her name is listed on Do-jun's schedule for today. A strange situation. Do-jun explains that this is some kind of award he gave himself for the first time in 4 months. Namely, this reward for working uninterruptedly for 4 months. For Hee-won, it seemed quite strange since Do-jun didn't get any rest at all today because of her. Since they had to postpone their honeymoon, Do-jun decided to free up his schedule a bit for today. Apparently, this really is a reward for him. Wow, Do-jun, you really are a workaholic. He said he works very hard, but that doesn't mean he likes it. He also doesn't like housework, but he's crazy about spending time with Hee-won. Do-jun stroked Hee-won's face with his hand. At that moment, Hee-won thought about what Do-jun said earlier, that everything they do is just sharing responsibility. Do-young put his hand on Hee-won's shoulder. Then he wanted to kiss her on the lips. Apparently she didn't mind the kiss. Go ahead, Do-jun, kiss her. Manhwa. That's a very sweet moment. After a few seconds, he threw her down on the bed. Hee-won doesn't seem to understand her feelings at all now. We move to the school where Hee-won works. We hear the teachers in the teacher's lounge discussing something and saying that Mrs. Young is shameless. They don't like the fact that Hee-won has embarrassed her colleagues. So it seems to them that she thinks she is the Madam Chairwoman of this school. One of the teachers thinks that Mrs. Young got engaged because she is pregnant. She also added that Hee-won could be kicked out as soon as the baby is born. Another teacher disagrees with this statement. She thinks she is too harsh, especially since she is discussing a person who is not here right now. To which she replied that she was just worried about Miss Young. Miss Park became curious as to how Mrs. Young met Chairman Kang. Hee-won walked up to the teacher's lounge and heard her being discussed. But she hesitated whether or not to go in, since she is not in the mood for work at all. She clearly has other things on her mind right now. Hee-won has gone outside and says she is very tired. I wonder if it's the pregnancy or just a spring flare-up. She's been feeling sleepy all the time lately. She was hoping to take a little nap in the teacher's lounge before class, but instead she heard something she shouldn't have heard. Hee-won knows that many teachers feel uncomfortable around her. She would like to go back to the way things were, but it's difficult. She thinks maybe the wedding was rushed. Hee-won was the one who was forced to marry because of the baby, especially since it was not a marriage of love. It seems strange to Hee-won that she is asking these questions now instead of asking them before the wedding. She plans to ask Do-jun if he only married her because of Do-jul and his sense of responsibility. It was easier for Hee-won to believe that he was only physically attracted to her. She should worry less and sigh a lot because it's not right for a child. Next to her on the bench sat Si-hong. She was obviously sad about something. Hee-won wondered what was wrong with Si-hoon's face. Si-hong might have asked Hee-won the same thing. She thinks Hee-won has already had a fight with her uncle. Hee-won says it's okay and asks if Si-hoon has a problem with Daewoo. She replied that no, since he got a girlfriend and now Si-hong is more or less free. It's a total relief for Si-hoon now. Daewoo found himself a girlfriend, or rather Si-hoon found him a girlfriend. He looked annoyed when she first introduced her, but now the two seem inseparable. That girl's name is Da-hi Kim and she's a senior from her broadcasting class. Subscribers, let me remind you that Da-hi Kim was hanging around Daewoo's house and Si-hong set her up with him. And now they seem to be doing well. Earlier, Si-hoon had planned it all out by setting up their meeting. She told Daewoo that this girl was from broadcasting class. If he doesn't mind, Da-hi Kim will have a seat at the table. At that moment, Daewoo wasn't particularly happy about it. Hee-won doesn't understand, isn't this what Si-hong wanted? What exactly is the problem? Yes, this is indeed what Si-hong wanted, but she feels no joy. Hee-won thinks it's better to think about how best to prepare for the midterm now. Hee-won said this on behalf of the teacher. Now she will say as her aunt. Hee-won asked if Si-hoon really disliked spending time with Di-woo so much. After thinking about it for a while, Si-hong answered, no. She did get annoyed and angry sometimes, but she didn't think she disliked it. Hee-won concluded that apparently Si-hong couldn't understand her feelings because of the fact that Di-woo was around all the time. Hee-won advised Si-hong to think about what Di-woo really means to her. Hee-won also emphatically suggested that Si-hoon give herself time and think hard about it. And then what? Si-hong replied. You can see how Si-hong started to stutter and blush after she said that she probably likes Di-woo. Hee-won advised taking the time to gather her thoughts and then pushing back afterwards. Either way, it's much better than just sitting here sighing. Si-hoon was surprised at what Hee-won had just said, since she saw that Hee-won was also sitting next to her and sighing deeply. Yes, you're right, Hee-won replied. She nervously touched her ring. What was Hee-won thinking? She thinks it's better to act than to shy away from solving problems. Si-hoon replied, what? Hee-won said that you just have to be more decisive. While they were talking, Si-hong's classmate came up to them. He handed Si-hong a hamburger and a Coke. She asked who this food was from. The classmate didn't know who the food was from and asked to just take it. Then he quickly ran away. Si-hong immediately thought it was from Di-woo. But what's strange to her is that after ignoring her all this time, he decided to give her lunch. Hee-won thinks kids are so cute. The work day came to an end and Hee-won came home. She took a deep breath and at that moment she remembered that Do-jun said she would be home at 10 p.m. She had told him earlier that she would wait for him. So she would think about it for now and decide what she wanted to say. At that moment, Han suddenly came up to Hee-won. In case you forgot, she's Soo-jin's friend and she's also known Do-jun for quite some time. She said she hadn't seen her in a while and asked Hee-won, is this where they live? Han came here specifically to visit Do-jun. What a coincidence. She took Hee-won under her arm and offered to enter the house together. They got into the elevator and Han started to tell Hee-won something, but Hee-won has other things on her mind right now. Hee-won doesn't quite understand what's going on. Where did she come from? To Hee-won, it all seems quite strange. Hee-won already felt something similar when they first met. But then Hee-won thought Han was just being friendly, but something about her makes her suspicious. Han keeps talking, but Hee-won doesn't listen to her. They get off the elevator. Hee-won thought it was strange that Han got off the elevator as if she didn't want to go to the apartment. Isn't she going to visit Do-jun? Han said she'd see her later and was happy to see her. This is really weird. What was that all about anyway? Hee-won will need to ask Do-young about Han. She walks up to the apartment and starts to open the front door. Oh, Han peeks out from around the corner. Apparently she decided to watch Hee-won. I think she's memorizing the code to the front door. What is she up to? Hee-won enters the apartment. An hour later, the doors open again. Do-jun arrives home. He saw that Hee-won didn't wait for him and fell asleep. Apparently she was very tired today. He took her in his arms and decided to put her to bed. Hee-won opened her eyes and thought to herself, when did she fall asleep? Because of that, she didn't get a chance to ask Do-jun what she wanted. She will be sure to ask him tomorrow. Moving on to the school. Hee-won walks through the schoolyard after finishing her lessons. Near the entrance to the school, she noticed Do-jun's car. She opened the car door and wanted to ask Do-jun a question. But in the car happened to be Secretary Lee, who was giving Hee-won a ride in the car today instead of Do-young. He said that Do-jun would be driving home in the work car today. This is to make Hee-won feel more comfortable. Hee-won wondered if Do-young would be free late today. Secretary Lee replied that he doubted it since Do-jun is running around like crazy at work. What he means is that Do-jun works like his pants are on fire, so he will finish on time. Moreover, the meeting Do-jun is in right now should be over in about 30 minutes, and then he will go home. Secretary Lee says that Do-jun seems to be drawn home by some inexplicable magnet. Right after lunch, it's like a flip of a switch, he suddenly rushes home. He thinks it's more likely that Do-jun is just tired and wants to go back to rest soon. Anyway, Secretary Lee is glad that because of Hee-won they are working less in the evenings and Do-jun's mood has softened. The employees of their company have a lot to be happy about lately, and it's all thanks to Hee-won. But Hee-won says it's not because of her at all. Back at home, Do-young is still working. Hee-won is sure it's because she wants to work at home in a quiet environment. Do-young glimpsed Hee-won. She asked him why he was looking at her that way. Do-jun can't concentrate because of Hee-won. She replied that Do-jun told her to stay when she offered to leave so as not to distract him. He thinks that would have been even worse. Hee-won doesn't understand what this is about. Do-young stood up and walked over to Hee-won. "Hey, Do-jun, what are you doing?" He wanted to kiss Hee-won on the lips. The romantic moment continued. Hee-won thought back to when Do-jun was working at home. Secretary Lee thought it was more likely that Hee-won was even now thinking about Do-young. She denied it. But Secretary Lee noticed with a smile on his face that the expression he saw on Hee-won's face now was exactly the same as that of Do-young. She replied that she was only thinking of her students. In that case, Secretary Lee apologized. He decided to make a joke about the fact that President Kang would be saddened when he found out that he had been traded for a bunch of students. Apparently, Secretary Lee likes to tease Hee-won. Hee-won returns home. She looks around hoping not to see Ha-in. She doesn't like to worry about it and already misses Do-young. Hee-won hopes that Do-young will be home soon and she can finally ask about some things. She opens the front door to the apartment. She senses that something smells good. Wow, Hee-won is impressed. Do-young, when did you get back in time? Hee-won thought she'd come before him. It smells really good. Oh my gosh. She saw Ha-in in the kitchen. I can't believe it. What is she doing here? Does she even have standards of decency and morality? Hee-won froze on the spot from what she saw. Ha-in must really love cooking, but what is she doing here? Ha-in says that when Do-jun comes home, they can all have dinner together. But Hee-won still doesn't understand how Ha-in got into their apartment. Yeah, what a situation. Ha-in doesn't understand why Hee-won is so shocked. Hee-won is speechless. What happened to Hee-won? She turned her attention to the food being cooked. She's all disgusted and nauseous. Oh, she's really nauseous. She stopped liking the smell of the food. It must be because she's pregnant. Ha-in asked Hee-won what happened to her. Hee-won ran to the bathroom. We won't show the nauseating footage. You know how it goes. Hee-won is hugging the toilet. Oh, I don't envy Hee-won right now. Do-jun comes home and asks Ha-in how she managed to get into the apartment. She replies that she didn't think the password would be Do-jun's birthday. That's so cute. Ha-in says that all she wanted was to surprise Do-jun since she couldn't make a wedding present. Hee-won thinks about the fact that maybe the one who doesn't belong here is not Ha-in, but her. She thinks she needs to get out of this nauseating space where there is a conversation she can't participate in, a voice she doesn't want to hear, and that disgusting paste smell. Do-jun considers this breaking and entering a crime. Ha-in responds that Do-jun is evil. Hee-won came out of the bathroom thinking she wouldn't be noticed. She quickly ran out of the apartment. Do-jun shouts to Hee-won, wait. Ha-in doesn't want Do-jun to go anywhere away from her. You don't understand what Ha-in wants Do-jun to do either. And where did Hee-won run off to? Some suspicious man. Hee-won is out on the street in tears and this man is looking at her. She thinks about how Do-jul shouldn't be crying like that even before he's born. Anyway, since he hasn't been born yet, he can't know that. Hee-won, come on, tears won't change anything. She recalls moments from her childhood when her parents fought and she cried because of it. Little Hee-won used to cover her ears with her hands so she wouldn't hear anything. She thinks about the fact that crying only makes it worse. Hee-won is actually very strong since she has been dealing with everything herself all these years. But why can't she do it now? Apparently she expected too much from Do-jun. She had hoped that he would follow her. Looks like he stayed home with Ha-in. Hee-won looked at her feet. She left the house so quickly that she came out in her house slippers. Hee-won, where did you go? Did you happen to get lost? She doesn't understand how she got here. Started looking in her pocket for her phone. Oh, it looks like she didn't bring her phone with her and forgot it at home. Hee-won is starting to panic as a lost woman. She doesn't have her phone or wallet with her. She runs out without even taking her wallet with her. Hee-won recalls passing by a convenience store. She hopes she can ask for a phone call at the store. She heard some rustling and froze for a moment. Then she heard someone stomping their feet behind her. Someone is clearly approaching her. She doesn't understand. Who could it be? Hee-won remembered the man who was standing by the road. Could it be him? She doesn't know what to do. She wants to turn around, but she can't move. He comes closer and closer to her. He reaches out his hand to her shoulder. Hee-won turns around and sees Do-jun grab the man who came close to Hee-won. The man asked, "Who are you?" Do-jun asked the man a counter question as to why he was touching his woman. The man did not know that Hee-won and Do-jun knew each other. He explained that he saw the girl crying and looking around as if she was lost. He just wanted to help. The man asked Do-jun to let him go. Hee-won kept shaking and crying. Do-jun paid attention to this. He asked if she was okay. The man vigilantly watches Do-jun. He asked Hee-won if she knew Do-young for sure. If anything, the man is ready to call the police. Do-young rudely replied that they were married. The man advised Do-jun to take better care of his spouse, since if he were him, he would do something more acceptable than making his wife cry. Finally, he said that he would treat such a beautiful wife like a princess. After stepping back a little, the strange man did call the police. Hee-won noticed this and told Do-jun about it. He replied that he would apparently be arrested for making his wife cry. Do-jun looked into Hee-won's eyes and sighed. He asked that she hug him before he was arrested. In fact, Do-jun almost died of excitement at the thought of not being able to find Hee-won. He can barely stand, and his hands are shaking. Do-young almost lost his mind. He once again asks Hee-won more insistently for her to hug him. Hee-won stands silently looking at him, thinking about the fact that he's even breaking a sweat. Apparently he's been looking for her this whole time. Hee-won walks up to Do-young and put her arms around him. He held her close to him. Do-young was very happy. He apologized to Hee-won. He said that apparently it was his fault for believing in her recovery. Hee-won didn't understand what Do-young meant. He's talking about Ha-in. The thing is, before she went to France, she was too interested in Do-jun. It even got to the point that his lawyers even filed a lawsuit. It turned out that Ha-in's father was Do-jun's high school teacher. Her father apologized to Do-jun. That was 5 years ago. And when Do-jun saw her at the wedding, he immediately called her father. He convinced him that there was nothing to worry about. Since Ha-in has recovered from her treatment in France, Do-jun believes that he is to blame for trusting her father. He assures Hee-won that he will make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Hee-won asks if Do-young was having a hard time, and she looked into his eyes. He replied that it was a little stressful. Hee-won thought that there could hardly be things much more painful than matters of the heart. Do-young kissed Hee-won on the head lovingly. Then he suggested we go home. Hee-won, after thinking for a while, refused to go home. Apparently she's not happy about Ha-in's presence in their house. But then where is Hee-won going to go at night? Hee-won doesn't want to go home because she thinks she will be sickened by the smells of food again. She decides that the right thing to do is to stay in a hotel that night. Do-young supported her decision and will stay with her as well. All he wants is to be with Hee-won anyway. Do-jun suggests that Hee-won take a walk around the city at night. She agrees, but first she has to go in to get a pair of matching shoes for Hee-won. He's glad Hee-won agreed. Do-jun took her by the hand. She really likes the care that Do-young shows her. Hee-won snuggles up to Do-young. He thought it was because she was afraid that he would be arrested. But it's not. Hee-won just doesn't want something like this to happen again. Hee-won thought Do-young was cold and asked where his coat was. He replied that his heart is warm enough, so the cold doesn't matter to him. How cute they are, so embarrassed. Hee-won smiled and then laughed. Do-jun wondered about that. She reflects on the fact that Do-jun has really high standards. Why all of a sudden? Do-jun replied. Hee-won thinks that Mi-jun and Ha-in are both great women. The bottom line is that Do-jun is surrounded by people like these girls, but he's not even interested in them. This makes Hee-won wonder if he has ever found a truly beautiful woman for himself. Of course he has, Do-jun answered. Hee-won wondered and asked who she was. She really wondered if she knew this girl. Do-jun decided to briefly tell her about her. This girl is sexy and has high standards. You'd think she's shy, but she's also sharp and witty. She's also a little clumsy, but he thinks she's really charming. Do-jun clarified that black was very much to her liking. Hee-won was wary of who that might be. A sexy and black clothes. Hee-won doesn't even know what to answer Do-young. She was offended because Do-jun likes girls like that. Do-young probably should have said right away that he meant Hee-won. And now she's offended by him. He caught up with Hee-won and told her they had to go the other way. She threw his arms aside in anger. Hee-won looked at Do-young and saw that he was somehow content and smiling. Do-jun is just in a good mood, but Hee-won's mood is not good and she asked him to stop laughing. He doesn't understand what it was that spoiled his wife's mood so much. She just wasn't happy to hear it. She didn't like the fact that her husband says he had no dating experience but still keeps bringing up some other woman. That's why she's not thrilled. Apparently Hee-won feels cheated. Except it's too late. Hee-won won't be able to leave Do-young. He confessed that he can't live without her. Hee-won gets a chill running down her back from these words. Hee-won stated that they are both responsible for Do-jul and that's why she doesn't plan to go anywhere. Do-jun had completely forgotten about something. Hee-won wondered exactly what Do-jun had forgotten about. But he didn't tell her. Do-young can't believe that Hee-won was able to run out without her purse like that. He was really worried about her since she left her phone at home. Especially since he knows that Hee-won is not good at navigating. She apologized, but argued that she was nauseous and didn't have time to think. He asked if she was nauseous now. Hee-won answered, no. Do-jun thought it might be toxicosis, but Hee-won wasn't sure about that. She reminded him once again that the smell of that paste was really nauseating. Do-young feels guilty about letting it happen. Hee-won wondered what Do-jun would do with Ha-in. If not for the teacher, he would have dealt with this problem 5 years ago. With a serious look on his face, he said she wouldn't get away with it this time. Oh, how tough and determined Do-jun is. Hee-won thinks it's time for them to change the topic of conversation. She goes back to their conversation about that woman in black. Hee-won assumes that Do-young didn't break up with her. Should he? Do-jun replied. Hee-won is outraged by this answer since he previously told her that he only dated Young Hee-mi. She doesn't understand how many more lies he told her. Hee-won really wants to know who this girl is. Perhaps a celebrity. Or a model. Smiling, he replied that she's right beside him now. Next to her. Where? Looking around, Hee-won doesn't see anyone. And then Hee-won realized who Do-jun was talking about. She asked him to stop teasing her. Do-jun reminded her that Hee-won was wearing a little black dress that very night. That's right, the little black dress and that unforgettable night. At that moment, Do-jun put his arm around Hee-won's waist. Do-jun reminded her that she was gorgeous that night. He will never forget that. Oh, something is about to happen. Come on, kiss already. An old man passing by coughed to be noticed and muttered that young people were crazy these days. Kissing in the middle of the sidewalk. Do-jun decided to apologize for that and explained that it was just that his wife was so beautiful that he had completely forgotten that they were in the middle of the street. In response, the old man advised him to enjoy his youth, and he should hurry home to his wife. Do-young suggested going to the hotel. Oh, Hee-won blushed slightly because of her embarrassment. The next day at Di-woo's house, he had just taken a cool shower. Humming a song, he wiped his wet hair with a towel, put some lotion on his face. In a great mood, Di-woo came out of the shower room. At this moment, Si-hong visited him, but she didn't expect to see Di-woo literally naked. They were both dumbfounded to see each other. Di-woo didn't expect her to come to see him, and Si-hoon didn't expect to see him like that. She dropped her phone from her hands and forgot what she wanted to say looking at Di-woo. Si-hong shouted loudly for him to put something on. Di-woo excitedly asked what she was doing in his house. Di-woo hastily began to put on his pants. The thing is, Mrs. Kim told Zai-han to go up to the second floor. Because of the rush, Di-woo accidentally bumped his head. It made Zai-han laugh. Di-woo asked her to close her eyes. Haha, Si-hong thinks there's nothing to look at and asked her to take her time. Di-woo asked Si-hoon to repeat his words. He was surprised at what Si-hong saw. Di-woo asked her if Si-hong had really had a good look. In fact, Si-hong was only joking and asked him not to take it so seriously. She noticed that he was clearly offended. Si-hong apologized and said that there was a lot to see, adding that Di-woo works out a lot and he has beautiful muscles. Si-hong got into a tizzy and remarked that Di-woo's abs are just like a washboard and poked her finger at him, adding that Di-woo looked even more gorgeous from behind. Di-woo at this point froze in place at Si-hong's words. He said nervously, "What?" Oh, Si-hong didn't know what to answer. She started making excuses and stepping back a bit toward the bed. Di-woo waved his hand and Si-hoon clumsily tripped and fell on the bed. Taking advantage of the moment, Di-woo climbed onto the bed as well. She wasn't expecting that. Silently looking into each other's eyes, without words. Apparently Di-woo really is in love with Zai-han. Zai-han only said Di-woo's name. Then she asked him to get off her. He quickly got off her and apologized for the incident. Di-woo asked Si-hong why she had come to him. She needed his help in math. He said he could help with math tomorrow, because he was very tired today. With a sad face, Si-hong replied, "Okay." Then she walked out of his room. She heard the door click. Di-woo sat down on the bed. Apparently he was puzzled about something, or rather someone. A little later, Si-hong came to the cafe where she met Hee-won. She's still in shock over what happened that morning at Di-woo's house. Si-hong told Hee-won everything. She was surprised that Si-hong just left without saying a word. What else could she have said? After all, he told her to leave. Hee-won now understood why Si-hoon looked like that all day and even at the family dinner. Si-hong admitted that this was the first time Di-woo had told her to leave. She came to see him around 11, but he wasn't home. It seems he had a change of plans or something. Si-hong thinks that Di-woo probably went to see Da-hee. She thinks that's quite strange, since she usually just calls him and that's it. But now she feels terribly uncomfortable doing so. Hee-won guesses why this is happening. It's because of love. Hee-won thinks that Seo-hoon should figure out how she feels about Di-woo on her own. Yeah, that's true, but the problem is that she doesn't know how she feels about Di-woo herself. She asks Hee-won, what if she likes Di-woo and he doesn't feel the same way? Then what should Si-hong do? Hee-won thinks about it and doesn't know what to answer. Hee-won is in no position to give advice, since she still hasn't figured out her own feelings. By the way, Hee-won never asked Do-jun what she wanted to know. Recall, she wanted to ask about the fact that he's still with her just out of a sense of responsibility. Also, is Hee-won only attracted to him physically? She recalls Do-young desperately trying to find her. She doesn't know why, but she feels so insecure. Hee-won also, like Si-hoon, realizes that she is in love with Do-young, but she doesn't even know what she will do if he doesn't feel the same way. Apparently this is what she fears. Hee-won thinks about how if it wasn't for the pregnancy, they probably wouldn't be together. Smiling, Hee-won said that they don't call this period the hardest one for nothing. Seo-hoon thought that wasn't funny. Since Hee-won has no answer for Si-hong, she decided to pay for dessert because the dessert here is really good. Si-hong wondered why Hee-won had decided to move in a day early. Her father told her that they were going to do it tomorrow. Hee-won replied that it just so happened. Hee-won's phone rang. Do-jun called and asked her what cafe they were at now. It's getting dark outside and he wants to pick her up. He asked, "Is this place near the green umbrella?" Hee-won started looking around for the green umbrella. She asked him a counter question, "Are you nearby yet?" Oh, Hee-won was surprised by the surprise. She saw Do-jun through the window talking to her on the phone. He looked at her, smiled, and waved. Hee-won seemed to shine with happiness and waved back as well. Seo-hoon thinks that Uncle Do-jun is a really cool guy. Seo-hoon reminded her that Hee-won and Do-jun are in the honeymoon phase right now. At this point, Hee-won became embarrassed. The next day at school, Hee-won is looking at the athletics schedule. She was surprised that she wasn't on the athletics list. Mr. Shin said that the vice principal told him to cross Hee-won off the list for obvious reasons. Hee-won might not have been able to participate in jump rope, but she would have been able to judge. There is nothing Mr. Shin can do about it, as the deputy's order is non-negotiable. Hee-won thinks this is fundamentally wrong. Nearby, her colleague Miss Choi says that Mrs. Jang is very lucky. Since Hee-won got married and is now relieved of all the hard work. And now it is because of her that Miss Choi thinks everyone else will have to work harder under the scorching sun. Miss Park is outraged that Miss Choi would allow herself to say such a thing. She also added that Mrs. Young is pregnant, which is why she is exempt from all the hard work. Ms. Park is outraged that the ethics teacher is behaving this way. Ms. Choi clarified that Mrs. Young was also exempt from judging. Therefore, she believes it is because Mrs. Young is the wife of the chairman. Miss Park clarified that Mrs. Young did not ask to be excused from any work at all. She also advised Miss Choi to be angry not with Mrs. Jang, but with the deputy because that was his order. But Miss Choi feels that he was forced to do so. Ms. Park also reminded her that Mrs. Young is a pregnant woman. She was annoyed that Ms. Choi did not put in much effort, but complained too much. Finally, Miss Park said that if she were in Miss Choi's shoes, she would be ashamed to say she was an ethics teacher. Miss Choi listened to all this and left. You can see that she is grumpy and unhappy. Miss Park doesn't understand, so why is Miss Choi acting this way? Hee-won returns home after work. She reflects on the fact that it is getting harder and harder to work at school. Hee-won realizes that there is a lot of miscommunication between her and the other teachers. As a result, she contemplates taking a leave of absence. But she can't go on maternity leave now. Maybe she should just go. Right now Do-jun came home. He noticed that Hee-won seemed to be upset about something. She replied that everything was fine. Hee-won cried, "Not really okay." Do-jun wants to know what Hee-won is upset about. Hee-won decides to go rest on the couch. Do-jun watches her from the sidelines. He doesn't want Hee-won to worry right now, so he needs to find out the reason. The next day, Do-young drops Hee-won off at school. She is still thinking about the fact that even if it's hard, she can't leave school that easily. Hee-won decides that she needs to hold out a little longer. Do-young thought Hee-won had some kind of strange look in her eyes. She looks like she's going to war. Hee-won was happy about this, because this time she won't let things slide. Do-jun didn't understand these words. She said, "Never mind, forget it." Do-young wants to know the details, but Hee-won is in no hurry to tell him, since it's just school stuff. Little things he doesn't need to know. Do-young is very curious, but since Hee-won thinks he doesn't need to know, then fine. She begs Do-jun's forgiveness without a word. She feels like she's complaining when she talks to him about what's going on at school. And so they had already pulled up in front of the school. Do-young asked if Hee-won had applied sunscreen. Yes, she did, and she applied a lot of it. He asked her not to run around and take it easy. She replied that she wouldn't have it any other way thanks to Do-jun. Do-jun doesn't understand, is that a bad thing? Hee-won replied that it's not bad, but it makes her uncomfortable. But he shouldn't worry about it since Do-jun needs to go to work. Hee-won is sure that Secretary Lee is already waiting for him. Do-jun leaned over to Hee-won and kissed her on the lips. She liked it, she blushed. Hee-won gets out of the car and into the school. Do-jun asked Hee-won one last question. He asked if she had to dress like this. She asked Do-jun, does she look weird? He replied, no. In fact, it was her class shirt. She told him that she needed to wear it. Since she can't participate, she will try to uphold the spirit of the class. Do-jun agreed. They waved to each other and after work, Do-jun picks her up in his car. He sees her off with a look. Do-jun looked at the back seat where something was lying around. A bag of some stuff. I wonder what kind of bag it is. D-Han, a high school track and field competition. This is where they jump rope. They have team races. They also wrestle. Hee-won blew her whistle. She praised the kids for their good work and embraced that the 7th grade wins. By the way, Hee-won talked the deputy into letting her at least judge how hot it is outside. Hee-won suddenly saw Miss Choi. She remarked that the weather was quite hot as for spring. Hee-won asked Miss Choi to leave as it was her place. She agreed as Miss Young needs to sit down. She apologizes wildly for this. Of course, Miss Choi couldn't keep quiet and said it must be great to be pregnant since everything is for you. Hee-won seemed to think that Miss Choi was jealous of her because she had such a husband. Ms. Choi resented that Ms. Young could be so rude. Ms. Choi also clarified that she plans to marry the man she will love first. Hee-won asked if Miss Choi has such a man in mind. She said she was sure she would find one soon. Hee-won didn't think so because she thought that with a character like Miss Choi's, it would be hard for her to find a man she loved. Miss Choi did not understand these words. Hee-won added that Miss Choi is cruel and mean-spirited and talks behind other people's backs. Hee-won reminded her that she said that Hee-won only got married because she got pregnant and that she would be kicked out as soon as the baby was born. Hee-won doesn't understand if Miss Choi is so worried about her, so why didn't she come up and tell her personally? Recall that earlier, Miss Choi was discussing Hee-won and her pregnancy in the teacher's lounge. She then told her that she didn't believe that Mrs. Young and Chairman Kang's marriage was real. Hee-won took her time to get close to Miss Choi and quietly whispered that Miss Choi should try to get better. In response, Miss Choi did not say a word to Hee-won. Miss Choi seems to think that Hee-won thinks she is better than others. She hopes Hee-won stumbles. And at that moment it was as if she had tripped. Hee-won didn't see it and tripped. It feels like Miss Choi did it on purpose. Hee-won would have fallen just a little bit more. But someone caught her. She exhaled. She thanked herself for her help. Oh my god. It was Do-jun himself. Hee-won didn't expect to see him here. Come on, no one expected to see him here, wow. Hee-won had been looking upset for the past couple of days. Do-jun has asked her the reason more than once, but she always answers that everything is fine. He tries to be close to her, but it's like she keeps Do-young at arm's length. It is as if an invisible wall has formed between them. He realized that it was hard for her to share her thoughts and problems with others. Do-jun didn't want to pressure her, but he couldn't just sit and wait either. It got to the point where he couldn't imagine his life without her. That's why Do-jun decided to find a way to break down this wall with his old ways. That's actually why he ended up at school in this costume. It was a big surprise for Hee-won to see him here. Hee-won didn't understand what he was doing here. He replied. He took the day off, but he didn't tell her that this morning. Do-young decided that it would be better to surprise Hee-won. He thought she wasn't happy to see him, but she wasn't at all. She is very happy to see her husband. Do-young had previously asked Hee-won not to overdo it, but she was already overheated. He turned his attention to Miss Choi. Looking at Miss Choi, he told Hee-won to be careful as she almost fell over. Do-jun's hunch was confirmed and he was right. Hee-won was upset about her work. By the way, at first he thought Hee-won was upset about Hee-in, but she was arrested for breaking and entering, and Hee-won didn't seem to care about it since they moved in. So Do-jun assumed that the problem was work-related. He called Secretary Lee. Do-jun warned that he needed to go to Hee-won's school today. He was willing to attend if it would help him understand what had upset her so much. Moreover, he heard Miss Choi and Hee-won talking while they were on the athletic field. He heard absolutely everything and that Miss Choi was planning to marry the man she would love. However, Do-jun had no idea what Hee-won was facing. Hee-won doesn't understand where Do-jun got the shirt. He had his assistant and it was Miss Park. She saw Hee-won and Do-jun walking toward her. Miss Park waved to them and they nodded their heads in response. The principal and vice principal were shocked that Chairman Khan visited their school without an announced visit. Chairman Khan said that teacher Jang had said that she was going to compete and he was worried about her situation. Apparently he should have informed the principal about it. However, Chairman Kang did not want to worry anyone unnecessarily. Principal Park replied that there was no problem. He also said that it was an honor for their school to see Chairman Kang. As Do-jun visited the school, he offered Principal Park lunch. He of course accepted the offer and told him that he would share the news. Do-jun said, "Yes, of course." He looked at the ethics teacher and asked Hee-won what this teacher's name was. Hee-won pretended not to hear the question right away. Then she said, "Miss Jang Hee-choi." Do-jun would appreciate it if Miss Choi would tell the other teachers about tonight's dinner. And asked her, "You don't have a problem with that, do you?" She replied, "No, of course not." Do-young started waving to keep Hee-won from getting hot. He also asked if she wanted something to drink. She replied, "That's fine." Do-jun asked if she was hot. Should he wave faster? She said, "No need." The principal, his deputy, and the ethics teacher hear Chairman Kang showing concern for Mrs. Jang. Doesn't sound like a fake marriage at all. Ms. Choi said she didn't say that. But she was reminded of how she grumbled about it last time. Miss Choi wonders if Chairman Kang heard her conversation with Hee-won. She really hopes that he hasn't. Hee-won asked Do-young to stop calling her that. How exactly? She also asked him not to pretend like he didn't understand her. She's excited enough as it is because of his unexpected appearance. Hee-won told her that it made her feel a strange tingling sensation. Do-jun smiled and said he didn't mind her tingling. What's with Hee-won's mood? She got up from her chair. Do-young asked where she was going. She went to class since jump rope is about to start. Do-jun also got up from his chair. Hee-won wondered why he stood up. Perhaps he was going to leave. Actually, no. He wants to compete. Hee-won is shocked. She told Do-jun that if he's not leaving, then let him sit back down. Do-jun can't, since he's replacing Hee-won today. You could see by the look on his face that Hee-won wasn't happy. She asked why is he here. Do-jun replied that he said earlier that he took the day off. He told her that he really missed his wife and didn't want to spend the whole day at home alone. Hee-won suspected that there was something wrong here. She thought about Do-jun being a liar. She knows he's always busy working. The winner is 7th grade. Congratulations. After the competition, they visited a restaurant together. Chairman Kang was thanked for participating in the jump rope and for inviting them to dinner. Principal Park asked Do-jun Kang to sit at the table with them. He replied that it was fine and he wanted to sit next to teacher Jang. Since it was a casual dinner, Mr. Pak asked Chairman Kang to say a few words. Do-jun declined to do so. But everyone asked to say a few words before we start. Eventually Do-jun agreed and said he would be brief. Everyone present rejoiced at this. He wants to say a few words as teacher Jang's husband. Since he didn't come here today as chairman. Frankly, Do-jun said that he often worries that he has made teacher Jang uncomfortable because of his status. That is why he sometimes asks her how things are going at school. He noticed that Hee-won is very careful about what she says. After scratching his head, Do-jun apologized for not being able to resist saying those words after marrying such a beautiful woman. Haha, you can see that Hee-won is a little displeased. Shy, perhaps. As her husband, Do-jun would like to make a request of everyone. He doesn't want Teacher Young to be treated differently just because she is my wife. Be it better or worse. He hopes everyone hears him. She is still a teacher like everyone else. Hee-won, well, say that Do-jun is good,